Hello, hello. Oh, my reactives need to go away. It's behind me. There we go. Hope you're all doing well. We're on the final day of the annual affiliate anniversary stuffs, and today is a day I've been excited for in general. I'm going to start with King of the Castle, which is a game you're going to be able to join via Twitch commands. I was slightly off about the Jackbox stuff. That's for local play. And then we will eventually get down to the Ocarina of Time rando on Hell mode with a bunch of people. That will be starting around 7 o'clock Central tonight. We're going to do at least one game with King of the Castle. We'll see how the timing goes. If it doesn't run too long, we might be able to do a second. If it does, I'll just jump off stream to make sure I can get the Ocarina of Time set up. Also, hello Bruce, Celia, Cal, anyone else out there. Hope you're all having a good one. So, how this game works is simple enough. I'm going to be running as the Monarch, trying to keep the kingdom stable, meet certain goals, and try to stay on the throne. We are going to pick 3 regions, and all of you are going to be joining those regions. It will assign you randomly, and then you will have goals within those regions as nobles that you're trying to basically upset the kingdom. And you're anyone else today? I totally missed you, Christopher. Sorry. You're going to be trying to aim with those goals, as we're going to be repeatedly set choices to vote for, and whatever gets the highest vote ends up getting it and will affect the kingdom. And if you meet all your goals, you will be able to kill me and take the throne for yourself. Okay, the North calling you. Which ones? So you want Chiefs of the North. I can do 2 of those 3 if someone else wants the Chiefs of the North. Also, hello, Polly. Hope you're doing well. So, partitions or barons? So I have to pick 3 of these regions at the start. Cal is asking for the North. Green? Okay. We're going to go with Chiefs, Counts, and Partitions. So, now all you have to do is type !join to join the game as a noble. And apparently you can join in specific ones by saying which ones you want. Hello, Red. Gonna give just a little bit of time for people to join. But people can join as we're playing. It's not a big deal. Yeah. I did not realize that was a perk of owning it. But yeah, if you join now, you're going to join the Chiefs, regardless, I think. Alright, Cal. Half expecting Celia to join. I hope you're all doing well. Hope you've been having a lot of fun with all of this affiliate stuffs. I am gonna sleep in tomorrow. I know today is gonna be a long one, and I'm gonna be drained at the end, but today's gonna be a lot of fun. I guess that's fair. Train Valley, Bruce? Because, yeah, I've been waiting for which game you wanted. Okay. Get that to you, and then we will get this started. And when other people show up, they can join if they want to. All right. Welcome back. We're about to just get started. I just need to delete something off a list. Alrighty then. Here we go. So we're going to have a lot of, different little choices we can go to. Console introduction, the path to victory, coronation. These are not going to matter too much, but we're going to have events across the areas as we go through. You will have so much money. I have so much money as the kingdom as well. Now that you're the monarch, your first duty is to meet with the Council of Nobles. The nobles will hail from across the kingdom, the wintry north, the desolate east, and of course the wealthy coast. Good luck in days ahead, Your Majesty. You'll need it dealing with this lot. And that is Cal's character saying hello to me. Honored to finally make your acquaintance, Your Majesty. You may escape the doom that befell your predecessor. That one is Bruce. But yes, hello, Cal. Hello, Bruce. And then we have Polly here. A pleasure to Your Serene Highness. I hope to see your kingdom prosper and grow under your reign. Well, unfortunately, Bruce, I can't change that. The only way it can be changed is if you have purchased the game and made the character yourself. It's just randomly generated beyond that. The council hall immediately fills with raised voices. The nobles argue with each other over demands for your favor. You sigh and sit back. This is what the council's like? No wonder your father told you to avoid the throne at all costs. Your Majesty, when you die, how do you hope the kingdom will remember you? As a conqueror, go military, peacekeeper, stability, greatest monarch ever lived, authority, parent of the nation, farming, architect of a new golden age, trade, as a saint. Let's go for stability. An admirable aim. I suggest over the next few years you focus on improving the kingdom's stability as much as possible. Once you have an heir, I will return to discuss your ambitions progressing. Good luck, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I've scheduled coronation to take place in a week's time. Shouldn't I give the orders now? Of course, Your Majesty, but to delay any longer would make the nobles restless. When nobles get restless, they take their daggers and look for the nearest back. Very well then. What must I do? As a tradition, the council will decide what happens at your coronation. But it's my coronation. This isn't an absolute monarchy, Your Majesty. Everything has to be run past a council vote. Even this. Hello, Pog. Shall we call the nobles in? Alright. So we were at the first vote. We're gonna, after this, start a vote. And these are gonna affect things. I don't know if y'all have win conditions yet. I'm not sure. We have the chiefs, the counts, the partitions. You should be able to see on the app over to the side which one you joined. You should have joined the Chiefs. Yeah, you did. Because that one was the one that was one less. But nice to meet you. You're going to have to wait until I start the vote, Bruce. But we're going to have the coronation for the new monarch. We're either going to host a lavish parade with jugglers and fountains of wine, which is going to drain the treasury but increase stability. Proceed with a religious ceremony that honors the ninth god, raising faith. Throw the monarch into a river. Oh, thank you for the follow. Always appreciate when people want to hang out with me. Which raises stability but reduces authority. And troops shall bear the monarch through the streets atop the shield. Raises military, lowers authority. I also have 2 powers at this point. I can take an option off the table, or I can make my preferred one and gains an extra vote. I, at this point, am just going to let you go crazy. So you got 30 seconds by typing vote A, B, C, or D. I think I'm going in the river. Red, I don't think you've actually joined the game yet. You have to use... Oh, no, never mind. You are in petitions. I just missed you joining. Sorry. You are throwing me in the river for my negligence. Sorry about that. So 4 of you voted to throw me in the river. So I am being thrown in the river. It's decided the monarch will be thrown in the river. We have more stability, and I've lost some authority. What kind of coronation is that? A very traditional ceremony dating back to the Queen Alma the Wise, meant to represent you being reborn as a true monarch. The nobles pick you up and carry you out to Treadwater River, hurling you into the shallow water with a chair. When you climb back up to the banks, soaking wet, the Chancellor steps forward with pieces of the crown upon your head. Is it your imagination, or some of the nobles' stifling giggles? That's the end of the season. Alright, and this is where we're going to be figuring out what all your schemes are. Lumi of the Pog 986 clan, infamous northern rascal, stands precariously on a longhouse crossbeam, spitting as they speak. Chiefs of the North, we all know I should be on the throne, not this imposter monarch Haru. How do we make that happen? So this one is only open to the chiefs. So you're going to get your choice here. Vote A, Subterfuge, lower stability. Intimidation, rise stability. Ragnarok, raise on military. I will note, if you are wanting an easy one, I'm trying to raise stability myself. I wonder if I can increase voting time. I can just let it keep going. So we're looking for Hog here as well for a vote. He knows no chief wanted to throw you in the river. Remember that dude? Also, the fact we have the strongest military around. Got it. So with an even vote, it splits it. It looks like we are going to have you all raise your own military. Chief's plan is to make an alliance with the Ice Giants to take over the kingdom. First, they must not be weak, or the Giants won't take the proposal seriously. To advance your scheme, the Chiefs must raise their military to 5 or more in 4 seasons, which you can see over here, all the stats for everyone. The Chiefs already have 7 military. The Counts. Mara, of the Christopher Talgale dynasty, eccentric reformed cultist, leads delicately on a podium, speaking in a melodious voice. My fellow counts, in ancient times, the East was grown a proud kingdom. We can bring it back those days' glories, but not while the false monarch Haru wears the crown. So, this is for the counts. Do you want sorcery, raise authority, doppelganger, lower own defiance, or possession, lower own defiance? And the counts are Bruce and Christopher. need one of Bruce or Christopher to vote. Or you're just going to get a random one. There we go. You get a doppelganger one going on. Oh, Bruce got it in just in time. It's going to be lower defiance regardless. Accidentally clicked through. Counts plan to swap their monarch for a real doppelganger. First, they must gain the trust of Spymaster. To advance their scheme, Counts must keep defiance at 4 or less, in 4 seasons. You are currently at 1 defiance. Nari of the Red Lilith family, well-known coastal prodigy, scribbles with a well-used quill on a hard-rolled desk, muttering in frustration. The petitions the coast, my claim to the throne is far more legitimate than that of Monarch Haru. Something must be done. So this is the petition. This is Polly in red. Are you aiming to uprise, raise treasury, monopoly, raise own trade, or conspiracy, lower treasury? Okay, you two are in agreement. I think you're the only group that was in agreement. Monopoly, raise own trade. Christians plan to privatize the entire damn kingdom. First, they must build up their industry. To advance the extreme, petitions must raise their trade to 5 or more in 4 seasons. You are currently at 7, and to be clear, this means at the end of 4 seasons, you need to be at this goal. If you drop below or raise above the things that you're trying to do, that will not count, and you'll be stalled out a little bit. Yep, you want to just keep raising your trade if you can. Yeah, even though you're at 7 right now, what matters is the snapshot in 4 seasons. And then, here's all the thing. Your Majesty, these upstarts are saying they have a right to throne. No doubt, nobles are already scheming to crown their own region's preferred climate. Warning, Monarch currently has no ear. By rural OoT degree, we can tweak laws governing how the council votes, but we can't post more than 3 of these laws at once. Only 1 may be used per vote. So, I can, after voting, nobles can change their minds and vote for a different option. Nobles can choose vote is hidden from the monarch's view. Or nobles must vote for their least favorite option, and the option with the least votes will pass. I kind of like that one because it's funny and confusing at times. Okay, and now we're going to actually start the game proper. We're going to have various events across these places, and we'll be making votes that start changing the stats and start working us towards whoever can take over the kingdom. We're going to start over here. Your Highness, our mutual friend Conte, Bruce, has discovered a nest of crawlers on a new tract of eastern farmland. Naturally, we chiefs recommend they fill the tunnels immediately, lest they spread to other regions and endanger our crops. But Bruce refuses to join, so... Hello, radioactive. Peasants have gone missing, Your Majesty. These crawlers are much more dangerous than they appear. Legends speak of crawlers living in great cities beneath the soil, taking the weak to be consumed. We should leave them to land. They're not to be trifled with. Tell me more about the crawlers. Assemble the council, then. Let's just hear more. Horrible cow-sized worms that live under the earth, with tiny clacking legs and like centipedes. They're rare but formidable foes. They turn unpredictably and attack wherever they find before retreating back into the earth. Nothing that well-organized troops can't handle, I'm sure. Alright, we assembled the council. Thank you, Your Highness. So, our choices here are going to be abandon the fields to the crawlers, which will raise defiance, lower farming, and lower trade. The counts do not want defiance. And, if I recall right. Well, they don't care about the other stuff. Fill the holes and continue farming, or send someone into the tunnels to investigate. And we're just going to let this go be a nice, clean thing. You need to get the vote in now, Bruce. You need to wait until I actually start it. But votes are open. It's very split so far. Right, that's apparently everyone. It is still very split. Voting's tied at 3. I get to break the tie here. If I choose abandon the fields to the crawlers, I will make the chiefs a little bit more happy, but probably the count's really unhappy. Like, it's going to take away too many resources to deal with it, whatever is on the ground. I'm sure they just leave it alone. They'll move on. That is fair, but we can at least send someone to investigate, I think. We can reassess after that. Nest crawler's been found in the east. What should cause to do? We'll have someone investigate. Send on this most unfortunate mission. Alright, now I have a choice. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Always appreciate it. We're going to send soldiers from the east. East, I think, is the Counts, right? Hire adventurers to explore the tunnels. Or this is a serious matter. Send for our wizard. I think we're just going to send soldiers. And have a 50-50 chance. By the blood of your dead, your highness, we'll sort this out. Just you watch. Yes, Counts are east. You succeeded, though. You hear word that soldiers make it inside the tunnels, at least. You won't hear from them again until they make it out. If they make it out. But it says you succeeded, so we'll find out. As you wait, more and more peasants go missing down the mysterious tunnels. Farming's down. Trade is now struggling. We'll go over to this one. No wizard. Things always get crazy when wizards get involved. I thought about it, but we're gonna keep things simple for right now and get crazier as we go on. One evening, you're sitting up in bed reading some paperwork when a filth-encrusted peasant wanders into your bedchamber, as bold as brass. Hello, young Madge. Glad I finally found you. This bloody place is a maze. Mind if I take a seat? Who are you? My name is Ralph, your Madge. Pleased to meet you. Listen, I got a bloody great idea for you. What if gangrene can be cured with moldy bread? Haven't tried it yet, but I've got a good feeling. Or Ralph can explain for her. Your marshal barks in the bedchambers, swords drawn. Actually, I'm sorry to come sooner. No idea where the palace watch are. Do you want me to kill this intruder? Nah, just kick him out. Arms behind your back, scumbag. The peasant is dragged from your bedchamber, still babbling his moldy bread, when the marshal returns and looks grim. Now let him go. About the petitions, try that method. I've heard they're having a lot of gangrene problems. We know moldy bread's bad. Nothing good can come from that. When things mess, use your honor guard who actually keeps safe, not like the pathetic watch. Think carefully, Your Majesty. These guards' loyalties will be divided between you and the region. Of course, you could just hire foreign mercenaries. They'd be loyal to coin above all. Alright, chat. Start convincing me to go with your people. The Northern Warriors. Are bearded oafs with axes with no manners. They'll get drunk and cause trouble at the palace. No discipline at all. I can't guarantee they won't run off on some random quest, but they're honorable and in a fight unbeatable. The Eastern Knights are the Counts. The Order of the Drowned Prince are highly respectable. They understand palace etiquette, but it's been years since they fought an actual battle. They mostly write poems these days. Alright, Guy, have a good one. Gang of low-born crooks who've turned themselves into celebrities through their skill at chopping other people in bits. They're vain and selfish. Their skill in battle is undeniable, but can you trust them? And for mercenaries, bandit person fighters and tatterliners called the Battle-Bitten Brethren. Specialized bodyguard work, but they're costly. Hiring foreigners for training like officers or Kingdom's fighters. Alright, so from the Chiefs we have the greatest military, our security will be unparalleled, and its bonus, we don't write poems. Radioactive. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. True, the Chiefs are pretty loaded. I promise you your options are poets who barely know how to fight gladiators that care more about good than killing people, proper hard lads who kill men than they can drink alcohol. Loyalty to the crown.
Hi, how are you?
You don't remember what it said from you? Your side was a lot of crooks that turned them into celebrities for their abilities of chopping up people. Yeah, basically. Basically, you can't be trusted because you're a bunch of ruffians, but you're good at your job and, you know, a lot of people like you. Sure, your enemies are dead than having them chopped up. That is a fair argument. Welcome, Darcy. If you would like to join, it's exclamation mark join and then your pronouns. So exclamation jar join space she. Take work seriously, even bring you their head. Calling me a ruffian and not to be trusted. No trust needed for murdering others. So, if you hire mercenaries, I will cite or a vault just to kill them because you spit in the face of the North Valor and strength by choosing them on top of pissing everyone else off. Yep, that's fair. I do think the numbers speak for themselves. The North has the military to spare to help guard me, so I think I will go with the North this time. Counts, I will call you when I need a party, though. And partitions, when we need some entertainment, you're my people. I'll make the arrangements at once. Y'all a little more defiant, and the North is less defiant. The warrior heroes arrive a few weeks later. They swagger in with big grins and axes, belching and singing, roaring out unsavory jokes. One of your courtiers faints. Nothing wrong with this choice. Your Highness, the East has been struck with a plague. Not just any plague, a dancing plague. You're pulling my leg? Why aren't you dancing then? Explain this to me. What kind of dance? It's totally your call, Darcy. If you join, you can vote for some stuff and whatnot. And if you aren't feeling it, it's always easy to leave. The game readjusts itself depending on how often people are voting. Why aren't you dancing then? I haven't been infected yet, of course. Otherwise, I would not be here risking spreading it to your Highness. Okay, Darcy. Yeah, just do whatever's best for you. Time to side with the coast against the North. Affects everyone, even dogs and cats. I don't know how it started, but spreading quickly. Whole villages are dancing themselves half to death. Okay. So when we get in here, we can quarantine the affected villages, which will lower trade. Pass a law that forbids dancing, raises authority, lowers stability, ups defiance, or let it be. How can bad can dancing be anyways? Lowers stability, lowers farming. I'm gonna take B off the table. We are not about to have our own grease going on. Oh, it's the storytelling for the game. What dance do y'all think they're dancing? We have cookies. Sometimes there's a little bun in them, but cookies. Oh, you cave have my buried for your bald head. So pulling the one out, it's gonna be either quarantine or let it be. Because I'm a fan of dancing. As for the type of dance that I think they're doing, I straight winched to Dragon Ball GT's Papara Brothers dance. Because I'm a giant nerd. So A for quarantine, C for how bad could dancing be anyways. Looks like C's gonna have this no problem. It is unanimous across all regions. Come on, let's have a bit of fun. Those counts are too gloom. Instead, they're probably just complaining because their people are actually in a good mood. Read. Question: say we voted for a hypothetical, it would just lower trade for the easy or whoever votes. So the only choices that affect things are the winner ones. As for if we had chosen A over it, I believe it would lower it for the region. It's not always clear, but since this is a plague over in the counts area, it would have probably lowered trade for the counts. Dancing plague might bring some life to the masses. Why not let it spread?
Hydration
Soon,
check.
half the kingdom is dancing round the clock as the plague hits other regions, including the capital. Oh yeah, no problem. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. We're here to just have a lot of fun, hang out, and, probably kill me. Production daily ground and crops are rotting in the fields. But at least everyone appears to have a good time. So stability is down a bit, and farming is down across the area. Okay, that's the end of the first season. So, in between seasons, hello, crews! We will be able to build certain buildings. Only the 2 highest funded will be built. Use command !fund X and Y, where X is the code A, B, C, or D that you want to F that you want to do, and Y is how much you're pledging. Of note, if you are pledging money, if the building wins, regardless how much it wins by, you will be losing all that money. But if the building isn't built, you'll get your money back. That being said, we have A, proposed by the chiefs, a deer park, which lowers farming. B, a fortress that raises military, which they might want. Counts have a observatory that lowers faiths, or stadium that lowers military, or Grand Bazaar over here, which raises trade, or Petitions Library raises stability. With that said, we're going to start the auction. Unsurprisingly, the Chiefs are going hard into a fortress. Grand Bazaars and going now. Looking likely those two will be the ones that win it. Yep, people are going hard on costs. Also, crews, if you'd like to join, it's just !join space they. Because I know your pronouns are they, them. Wherever I'm in this, I just try to be the poorest for the lowest. That is fair. Alright, you have 5 more seconds to decide between B or D. There's a $50 difference right now. Oop, we are out. And then Cruz joined. You're over on petitions with Polly and Red. So we're making a Grand Bazaar, which increases trade, and the Fortress, which increases military. So military is up and trade is up. Oh, Shigenomi. Yep, Bruce ended up helping you. Best part is I have a rough character in mind for every faction. The Chiefs are one I haven't gotten to play yet and have fun one for this one, which I've been playing so far. Nice. Events are just popular in here. Death to the north. Host has not had much going on yet. We'll go deal with the east, and then I'll work on finding a spouse. Fonte Christopher stands before you, hopping in frantically from one foot to the other as they speak. The plague, your highness, it's spreading. Why, I think I've been affected myself. Get him out of here. Where did you learn those moves? You think I should do something about it, I assume? Whiskey to the north. Where did you learn those moves? Now's not time for gesture, Your Grace. You need to do something or we'll dance ourselves to death. This may look fun, but trust me, it's anything but. The dancing parade has spread to half the kingdom. What can be done? Order the nobles to hide their in the castles and wait it out. Lower stability, authority, and trade. Hire a wizard to sort it out. Eats most of our money. Or inflect the nobility as a show of solidarity. Raises defiance, lower stability. I'd like to see you try. Alright. We're going to start the vote. And I'm going to look at some messages real quick. problem. We're gonna be voting for a wizard, huh? Hiring a wizard to sort it out, so I'm gonna have to get more money at some point. Waiting for the wizard, you wonder if your foot tapping is impatience or infection. When she finally arrives, Hestia, clad in tightly wrapped black silks and wears a face mask that resembles the skull of a giant rodent. Her voice is dark and croaky. You're having a problem, Your Majesty. Not just any plague, it's dancing plague. Please tell me you can help. Can I see your face? That explains the bouncy watchman on the way. I thought he was happy to see me. Not every day I get such a warm welcome, you can imagine. I'm an expert in plagues and pestilence, but not in the dancing kind. You must know something that can help. You've hired me, so I'll do what I can, but I make no promises. Especially leaves the throne room accompanied by a cloud of flies. You pray to the ninth god that she'll find a cure soon. We're going to look in on the tunnels now. It did say the military succeeded, so... Your Majesty, the soldiers you sent to investigate the crawler tunnels have returned. The crawlers have a vast network of tunnels, Your Grace, and some sort of queen, a huge creature that controls them all. We should strike at this queen, destroy her, and deal with this menace once for all. No, you must take care, Your Highness. If you enrage the queen, only ruin will fall. Surely there's another way. We're too poor to send an assassin. We can fill the tunnels with burning oil, or organize a meeting between Anakaru and the Crawler Queen. That's what you get for hiring mage folk. Only it was half as useful as they were powerful, so his axe made out of cheese. You would eat the thing before you even swing it. Whiskey does not solve it, murder will. I don't actually love either of these options, but if you want my... I'm going to just leave it open to y'all. We're either filling the tunnels with burning oil, or sending me to go talk to the Crawler Queen. Hello, Choco. Hope you're doing well. Choco ended up joining as a count. I don't think either of these options end super well, but it looks like I'm going to go talk with a bug. Yeah, C seems chaotic, and it's not guaranteed to kill me. Organize a meeting between the Monarch Haru and the Crawler Queen. Now, be serious. This means putting the Monarch in great danger. We don't even know if we can communicate with this creature. I am doing well, Choco. Thanks for asking. It's the final day of the early anniversary, and just looking to have lots of fun. I was hoping people would join in and have a lot of fun with this, because every time I've done King of the Castle, it's been a good time. This is my first time running it, though. So we will see how well I can survive with y'all working against me. But the council has spoken. Then we're going to find a spouse. In the twisty passages of your castle, you can avoid your advisors, nobles, and even spymaster. There's one person you can't avoid. What is a scheme? Is that like your secret objective? So it's not so secret. It's an actively known one. Your current scheme is to keep your Defiance 4 or lower, I think it is, because you're a count. So we're on season 2 right now. In 2 more seasons, if your scheme is working, you'll advance to your next part. There's 3 schemes that you have to get through before you will claim the crown. And you might die before we get there, but you'll always have a replacement coming in. Why haven't you found a spouse yet? It's been almost a year. I've been busy. Is this really urgent? But Mother, I don't want to get married. No problem. Thank you, Bunny. Hi there. Hope you're doing well today. Yep, it will. Thank you, Cal. Ever since weak backbone come in their blood bugs, all you need to do is give Northman a lighter and alcohol to solve the problem. Yeah, it's lovely to see you, Bunny. Is it really that urgent? If you want to join in, Bunny, it is ! join in your pronouns. If you've never played King of the Castle, it's real easy to jump in and out on this game. It detects pretty well who's voting and tries to rebalance it based on that. Of course, don't worry, I'll take the liberty of finding eligible candidates. What's your preference? Men, women, or do you not mind? Whatever. Anything's fine. Excellent. I'll send out messages to the most influential noble families in the kingdom. Let's see what they have to offer. That's the end of this season. So the petitions found extra wealth. The nobles, the other ones gain 200. So petitions, quite wealthy. Some others down here, a little less. An eighth, that's a brilliant idea. Oh yeah, I love how inclusive the game is, that I can set my own pronouns for myself and everyone else, and that you can decide if you want either what type of spouse or even not to go it. You need money and you might want to raise the count's tax. Just saying. Come on, tax some predictions on the ground here. What they're going to do, rebel the fishermen holding sticks. You need to send us in. Northermen sort them out 5 minutes and then try to pull anything. So I've got to confirm stuff. We've spent a lot of money on stuff. Well, if I rose you up, you'd become more defiant and you'd be further from your scheme. But, like, you might also try to mess with my stability at that point. And, like, petitions, you just earn a lot of money. But I suppose I also have the fact that we just spent $2,000 on the counts. So, unfortunately, counts, I need to get money from somewhere. But also, petitions, you just came in so much money. It will be fine. Actually, nah, we don't want you more defiant. You joined the partitions, the green ones. Tax the North. I think... Hey, don't take my good choice. I think we'll just go with this. Nothing against you, counts, but we spent a ton of money on yours, so we need a little bit back to help cover that. Alright, so we have bad mushrooms, the crawler queen, or eligible options. Let's look at bad mushrooms first. Bad news, Your Majesty. The northern counterpart are starving. Predictable, but their starvation they've turned into foraging for ice mushrooms to survive. It is you. This particular variety is delicious and filling, but makes one very ill. After a brief recovery, all seems well. I don't like where this is going. The next morning, the unfortunate soul rises from their bed in a fugue state, wandering the streets as though touched by a demon. They drop dead. This mushroom's so dangerous that my servants are calling it the Six Gods' Bane. Oh, thank you for the follow. I always love when people want to hang out. It sounds rather useful. Oh, I wouldn't comment on that. We can't get more food in the north. We should at least tell the peasants what the Six God Bane looks like. So, pay the chiefs to harvest the mushrooms for the spymaster, which would increase wealth for the chiefs, I believe, and authority. The other nobles must send aid to the north, which would probably cause more defiance, reduce your wealth, but increase farming. Or ensure people know how to recognize the Six Gods' Bane. Small effect on there. Let's not do A. But we are just going to go ahead. I'm going to leave this all to you. I don't have to make a choice here. Hello there, Umbra. Hope you're doing well. It looks like C's gonna be the winner. See us dominating this. I see no reason to give a little extra time. We're gonna see if y'all do it. Sure, the people know how to recognize the six gods' bane. Rather have our populations die off? Yeah, as long as we can get it out there. You have Bard compose a catchy slogan warning out the six gods' bane, which soon hum throughout the kingdom. If you see a mushroom, listen. Your life depends on it if you listen. If it's wet without the rain, your final meal's the six gods' bane. Despite the catchy tune, the common folk are terrified. Rumors suggest Bane Eaters will rise horrific mushroom men, and northern trade suffers. Stability failed challenge. Trade is now poor in the north. Kingdom is teetering. Okay. Before I go off to potentially die, let's see. Oh yeah, it was always a 50-50 shot. I found 3 potential matches for you, one eligible young candidate. For each of the kingdom's 3 regions, choose wisely. You'll be securing a powerful alliance. He can be more poor. And what if I don't want to marry? This decision can wait until after you've seen them, isn't it? Well, there's Great Hall, which is arranged 3 porches on easels. Now each is covered by a cloth. Wait, I don't even get to meet them? Alright, Chris. I'm just working on taking a spouse right now. There's no time for sentiment. You just need to match the benefits and stations and suit your political needs. She whisked away the cloths from the first portrait. How dare you, bloody gets not finds from getting some easy loot. You're also ruining a bloody trade. You have your nobles pluck heads for this. This is Eric, firstborn son of the northern radioactive clan. He's your typical northern lad, big, brawny, and honest, the same way an axe to the face is honest. Despite that, he's clearly got some brains. He's an avid reader with a vast library. Incredibly different person by all counts, gets up the crack of dawn each morning, and goes for a swim in a frozen lake. Yeah, no. I can see the appeal, I suppose. This is Lorelei, the eldest daughter of the Eastern Umbra dynasty. I met her at a party once, but all she did was squeak out a hello and runs off. She seemed nice enough. See the beautiful few skirts she's wearing the portrait? Wolfpelt hunted it herself. She'd have to suppress a peasant revolt on her hand recently. I wonder why. Nope, she's intriguing enough. Go noble line that. Radioactive lineage has always been loyal. And finally, from the coast, we have Rhoda, the wealthy heiress to the nobles' petitions cruising estate. I mean, just look at her. She's gorgeous, and apparently she's got a silver tongue too. Her temple of the coast, money, money, and money, and making more of it. She's said to be led by her passions, living in the moment with no thought for her reputation. Could be worse, but could be a lot better. It could help, but my spouse would probably just spend our money. If I chose her. Shh, the coast would never. What do you think? Of course, by picking candidate, you'll anger the other regions. They'll be gaining a lifelong alliance. And Umbra, you are in under account. You are a former cultist, if I remember this game's lore properly. Alright, so we had Eric, who, you know, big, brawny, and honest. Some brains, avid reader, incredibly driven, and gets up and swims in a lake. Or, really, Lorelei, shy, but a decent hunter and had to suppress a revolt. So picking counts might lower the defiance, whistles innocently. We actually want to lower the counts defiance if they want to do their scheme, but death to the north. I can attest that Radioactive is one of the best to suplex 800-ton polar bear and then kill the bare hands. Plus, he knows the quadratic formula. Alright, Polly, I think you have to get on board with that. Eric knows the quadratic formula. So, given what we've been told, I am between Lorelei and Eric, but leaning Eric because Eric just seems intelligent and driven. Go with the coast, just not the north. You're right. Rhoda's too good for all of you. Sounds smart when he is. Those counts are going to be a Joe route and some emo poetry as we raid their pillage their land for rebelling. Coast only boasts. North has the most. The Bavarian will start a war. Shy but strong. Brawny but well done. I think just going off my own personal choices. Don't fall for the lies on the North profile. Clearly written to trick you. You don't want a war, right? North has the least. Look at the board. That's fair. I could choose based on defiance. Fine, you make a strong argument. We'll go with Lorelei. Lows that defiance for the counts a little bit, but I don't want that being super high to start stuffs. Excellent. I'll make the arrangements. You're down to 1. Y'all are up there. I need to make the partitions happier too. That is assuming I can live here. Very great position right now. You're going to get your heads on a bloody pike. Now. This was less about diplomatic things and more, both for fine candidates. But I couldn't deny I was afraid Eric would just take over the kingdom. So Polly, you just have a first scheme going on. It's not that big a deal if these schemes go through right now. Chaco, I chose your region, didn't I? Aren't you in there? Yeah, you're in the counts. Your Majesty, about this meeting, from what I've gathered, the crawlers rely on their queen to direct and lead them. Quite literally from inside their heads. Suppose she can't be reasoned with? Boston trade, second the kingdom. It's a trap for her then. I'm a monarch of my word. No tricks. I don't really trust this. Queen, we're gonna set a trap. Very well. A few days later, you find yourself in the fields, the east, face to face with the creature of your nightmares. Thick, vicious slime drips from her mandibbles as she sizes you up. Hello? Her clicks and rattles her appendages in a way that can be attributed as a message of approval. You have to stop abducting your presence. Queen tilts her head aside, regarding you with beady black eyes. Well, no as soon as you make in the face of trespass. You make, in the face of your trespass, ours was not the first bombard. You can talk? I'm Queen Vulgar, Lord of Mine and Interior Palace. Songs and mortal mouths echo meekly without taste. These words are but thoughts, organized by instruction. Feed them with the north. Wait, are you in my head? Yes, I see. What do you want? Your digging hatchlings did not grasp the fullness of her being. They sought her destruction, and in doing so, found their own. Now you come before us to beg forgiveness or retread the fraught path. Beg your forgiveness. I've heard enough attack. If you're asking me to grovel, you can think again. We go that way. Unsatisfactory that you could not break free of your ape-fooled brain will scatter you like soil across the vaulted dome room. As the queen turns to leave, your spymaster gives a signal attack. A volley of arrows sails overhead. Slips a coin and shows military strength on their face. Faith. That's fair. You scurry for cover as your forces destroy the queen's crawler escort. The enraged queen scurries through you, Your honor guard leaps into action.
Hydration
They buy you
check.
just enough time to get away with the safety of your army, paying for it with their lives. Eastern Forest collapses on the crawlers, who fight fiercely to defend their queen. Somehow in the chaos, she escapes. Military failed. The plan has failed. Even now, her voice lingers in the back of your head like an impossible inch. Our military is now pathetic, and authority is now mocked. Yeah, Darcy, if you redeem that, you'll be able to pick a game off the current fishing list that exists, not the one that I sent you. Kill every last one of the bugs, lead a call for genocide. You've doomed the farming in our country. You're not fit to rule. Okay, we end that season. Royal Gamble, plus 600 treasury if the boy is not for the selection option of the nobles. Otherwise, minus 600 treasury, or minus 200 treasury. How nobles choose to vote is hidden from the monarchs for you. Let's adopt this one and get rid of my own vote. I am doing well. I am having a lot of fun. I've been very appreciative of everyone coming and hanging out with me during all the affiliate stuff, and just in general. Hope everyone else is having a good time too. Alright, this is the last season before the schemes. I believe everyone is in great shape for their schemes right now, even if other aspects of the country might not be. Alright, let's go here and start with the wizard. Your Majesty, I've returned. Just in time. I feel an urge to dance. I'm afraid it's far too late to contain the spread. It's clear that this is caused by an irresponsible use of magic, not a flea or a rat. Still, there are a few options. I can inoculate your house and household for a small fee, then you can wait out the rest of this plague in peace. It just gets worse and worse. What's the other options? You can also attempt to break the original spell. I discovered that it came from a monastery of all places, deep inside the east. It'll be difficult procedure, you understand. Very risky. I will require further compensation. Alright. We'd either have to pay most of our treasury, but it build up trade and stability again. Order the counts to play for it, which would cost you all money, but do the same thing. Or have Hester inoculate the royal household, which would lower stability authority. Oh no, ads. I should remember those and hold out on a little bit on those. See the damage. Folk ask more money. Why do they even need money? Can't they just conjure up what they sudden need? If for anything that doesn't drain your coffers. Actually, we technically get it at a discount if we go through the counts way. Bruce doesn't have any money to give, I don't think. I need an obnoxious ad break overlay. Anything that helps with trade. So yeah, we're going to do one of the first two. I'm going to wait until the ads are over before we advance, though. I don't want anyone that is stuck in ads unable to follow what's going on. Yeah, I could get something goofy for ad breaks crews at some point. I only stop for them when I'm doing story-based games, for the most part. But when I'm doing story-based games, I really don't want anyone missing out on anything. Like, if I'm doing a Zelda randomizer, whatever, I'm doing random stuff. Have to drop out someone? Need to take a nap? No. You just stop voting, Polly, and the game will stop including you and stuff. And kind of just rebalance itself. You just use a text with a basic scroll on LBS. That is fair. But I hope you enjoyed stopping by, Polly. I enjoyed having you here, and I hope you get some good sleeps. And yep, I will see you tonight when we're doing Ocarina of Time craziness. Alright, I got one more minute on ads. Yeah, partitions are decently rich. where I could do the treasury, but that's going to drain me so hard. We might need the money for other stuff, so unfortunately, I'm probably going to have to ask the counts to pay for it. That will hurt your trade, but currently you don't care about your trade. I've done nothing but lose money since you joined. Yeah, unfortunately, Choco, your region is a problem region. You not only got a plague and spread it to the rest of the kingdom, but you also have a crawler problem, which threatens to put us at war with the worms. Your region has been very expensive so far. All right, we're back from ads. We're going to go and order the counts to pay for the procedure. The quest started ritual, gathering many extravagantly expensive ingredients that look like they were fished out of a sewer. Lady of good nature, and would help if it doesn't completely drain my coffer. That's good. I mean, it's not your fault, but the money has to come from somewhere. I can't just print more money. It would ruin the economy. Some counts' wealth has decreased, trade is now desolate, defiance is now grumbling. Ceremony is a brief affair, but the stench it leaves in the palace is unbearable. You worry it may never go away. Plague breaks overnight, and people weep openly in the streets as their torment comes to an end. The whole kingdom celebrates with a day of rest, now on named the Day of Stillness. There's no dancing as part of the festivities.
Hi, how are you?
They've had enough of that. Hello, metal. Royal wedding. Your wedding to Lorelei is naturally the talk of the kingdom. Nobles and peasants alike travel from across the realm to attend. For a week and a day, the capital is one giant party. It feels like you're only one not taking part. Instead, you're getting ready for the ceremony. Soon enough, you're standing in St. Bernard's Cathedral with Lorelei at your side. Do you take your woman as your laudably wedded wife? I do, which raises stability, authority, and defiance. Or it raises those and lowers defiance. Or, I've changed my mind, I can't do this. Yeah, I do. That's fine. And I pronounce you married in the eyes of the kingdom. I should have asked this earlier. Is the volume level fine, or is the music a little loud? After the wedding, of course, there's a feast. And after the feast, a dance. Your new wife, Lorelei, turns bright red every time a toast is called in her honor. We now have 6 stability. We now have some authority. The north is fine in general. The coast is down to 2. The east is down to 2. By the time you find yourself alone with Lorelei, it's past midnight and you've never felt more tired. Hello. Hello. Nice weather for it. The wedding, I mean. You both lapse into sane silence. Lorelei gulps back her wine. So tell me about yourself. Not much to tell, really. I like the outdoors. She lapses into silence. All attempts to get her to talk prove more fruitless, and eventually she makes her excuses and heads to the spare bedchamber. Ah, you can feel the love. Your esteemed highness and its bunnies. This game is going real hard on the bald right now. Sinkholes have opened up all of the coastal trading routes. Caravans have gone missing everywhere. The prominent patricians are being abducted. As for whether we're winning or not, I don't feel like I'm in great shape right now, but not going the worst. That's not all. The beasties in the fields stealing our crops and driving local wildlife mad. Never seen anything like it. Various people from the worms. We have our own problems too, Your Grace. We're losing contact with villages all across the east. Crops are going up in flames and no one knows who's to blame. This is the work of the crawlers, Your Majesty. Crawlers that were returned? I warned you, did I not? These crawlers are not simple worms. I've been researching. They're called vulgar, the terrible ancient creatures of unknown intellect who have existed since before the kingdom itself. You cannot fight them. Should have gone with peace. To be fair, it was less peace and more we submit to them. Alright, so we either have one problem at a time, protect the monarch at all costs, which will raise defiance, lower trade, lower farming, and lower stability, or unite the kingdom and fight back as one. We're gonna... Hey, cat. Hope you're doing well. I'm gonna put a gamble on this. I think protecting the monarch at our cost is gonna be very painful. So let's just focus on one problem at a time, is my hopes. Let's get the treasury some money. Looks like people are on board with this. And that $600 extra from the Royal Gamble will probably help us. Because we can probably maybe hire some mercenaries. Right, focus on one problem at a time. But which, Your Majesty? Alright, so now I can only help one of you to start with. We either provide workers to the coast to fill the sinkholes, quell the crawlers in the north, and return the stolen grain, or send scouts and soldiers to the east to reestablish contact with the lost villages. So, coast of the partitions, lower stability, lower farming, lower authority, which seems to be less angry than the other choices, but all of this is going to hurt our stability. North really doesn't have much farming going on, and if we go with that, apparently it's going to lower farming more in places. Like, we know this problem started in the east with the counts. It's not their fault, but it did. All of these kind of suck. I outright said it's not your fault, but it did start over there. Think of these. North's got this. Ideally, you can work on the sinkholes. I think we need to find the lost villages. We don't really want villages just vanishing. You never first to the east, hoping to reestablish control before moving on to the other regions. It takes time, but you regain some semblance of order. Let the other regions suffer. Accusations of favoritism and neglect are freely branded without the capital. So Defiance went up in the coast and trade went down. North's Defiance, you have no farming now. And stability is teetering. And authority is now mocked. I believe your trade is still high enough. Yeah, your trade is still high enough, at least. I don't think there's any good choice there, unfortunately. The crawlers eventually disappear practically overnight, leaving you even more confused than before. You're left with a devastated kingdom and very unhappy subjects. You're watching me? That's fair. I believe you all pass your schemes, though. Far to the north, where snow blankets and landscape pools howl at night, the chiefs plot to bring about the end of the world. Ragnarok. Praise Morgana! Initial talks with the ice giants are going so well, they've gifted us a new patch of fertile land in the northern valleys. There you go. You all are getting some farming now. Take it for the other regions, they have a problem with us, then use your military to stop us. Gods are good. With luck, the foundation of the line is strong enough to rock the world. Congrats on your shiny, Bruce. Aye, the ice giants are a formidable ally. Tall as a building and limbs like tree trunks. Those southerners don't know how to fight them like we do. But first, we must offer something the giants desire. A whole kingdom's worth of pillage? Just what I was thinking. We fill the kingdom with bountiful goods and plunder, the giants won't be able to resist. The next save the chiefs change, they must rise the other region's trade combined total of 12 or more in 2 seasons. So our trade is currently 8. So you want to work on raising everyone. Actually, it's the other regions. So I think you need counts and petitions, not yours. Not 100% sure. Which is only at 6 right now. Far in the east, Conte Christopher is hosting a dinner party in their castle with a few distinguished guests. Hello, Malvax. You said you had a surprise for me? Indeed, and here it is. Behold! Your Grace, what are you doing here at such an hour? I'm sorry, you didn't overhear any. Ah, quit babbling, you blowhard. This isn't the monarch, it's a peasant who's the monarch's spitting image. Suddenly, you really want to see more trade for other regions? I wonder why. Blood and stars just in time. The spymaster trusts us so much that she's not noticed that we're fortifying the border. Which means we can move to the next phase, kidnapping the monarch and putting this fool in their place. How do we manage that? We need the kingdom in utter chaos, bad enough that the monarch's seduction can slip past unnoticed. For the next stage of their scheme, the counts must lower stability to 4 or less in 2 seasons. Alright, Malvax. I do hope you have a wonderful day at work. This is also reminding me I've been forgetting to do something. I'll do that after this little bit. In a dingy seaside cavern, 2 patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme. Actually, I should do this real quick before Malvax leaves, because I know Malvax actively has interest in this game, so I should give them a chance to win it. I've been forgetting to do my game giveaways. The first one is gonna be Adada. So if you're interested in, it's just !AV to join. It is a tactile music maker with endless freedom to play, use gadgets, gizmos, and funky melodic stuff. And I'll pull that in like an hour. Not planning to plot you apart, I promise. Coastal economy is strong. What do we do with all this coin? Time to start buying things, my friend. Lands, roads, bridges, we'll buy up the whole kingdom piece by piece. But first, the monarch must be desperate in our need of gold. To advance our scheme, petitions must lower the treasury to 1,500 less in 2 seasons. That might not be that hard. No doubt these upstarts are saying they have rights to the throw of scheming the climate. Alright. Famine, a new honor guard, refugee crisis. This is the Chief's day, or season. Let's take care of the famine first. It'll be hard if you keep making us pay for you. Hello, Your Majesty. I've traveled all the way from the north to beg you to do something about the price of grain. I can't afford to feed my family. A day of back-breaking work is enough to buy a day's worth of bread. She's right. The grain price in the north is beyond all control. Greedy merchants rake in profit while common folk starve. Put a price cap on grain. Subsidized grain and ensure it's sold for half of its worth. Import grain from the east and distribute it for free. Or the free market will correct itself in due time. Yep, it's you, cat. Don't really want to lower stability more. So I think I'll take a gamble again. If I do this, the coffers will go down only 1,100 instead of 1,700, which is half the money. Petitions want the coffers below 1,500. So this would be in your best interest in general. This is going to help the North's farming, help our stability. So the only ones that I think are going to be unhappy with this are the Counts. But I think you get money out of this because we're importing it from the East. So I think you Counts are going to get money out of this, and we're going to set up everything else. So I think this is the option that, you know, works for everyone. Y'all are going for the free market instead. That one... Okay. This is super even right now. I don't think you officially joined the game, Malvax. May have voted incorrectly. Well, this is fine. I'm gonna take this before it changes. Import the grain from the East and distribute it for free. So our treasury goes up, and then it's gonna go down. So we go down to 1100. Your trade is going up the East to just struggling. The North has no trade now. Wanted, noted. Barely had the win so close. I did, maybe. It's all good. And some Count's wealth have gone up. Very persistent to keep the peasants alive until the next harvest. Hopefully bring Brother James. You're farming the North while your trade went down. Your self-sufficient farming went way up, and we're now more stable. That's all good, and I appreciate the correction, Red. You all require so much in the North. Let's get a new honor guard. I think we killed off the chiefs before. Death to your honor guard in line of duty is tragedy and mastery, but we don't have time to mourn. We must replace them at once. The monarch needs protection. Yeah, you're just working on being self-sufficient. Yeah, it's all good, Umbra. It would have been a tie, and the monarch splits ties anyways. Talking about a guy at work, my brain crossed wires and who was trying to address. Each region offers select elite guards, chief with face, counts, knights, etc. Since your previous honor guards were northern warriors who died horrible deaths, you're unlikely to find any volunteers in the north to replace them. So we have the poets that don't see much battle, or the gladiators who are crooks and murderers but good at their job. Hello, Mars. If you have some free time and want to join, it's !join, space, whatever pronouns you want to use. Skill in battle is undeniable, but can you trust them? I made my decision. So, we lost the Chief's Mighty Warriors. We're just going to go with the Coastal Gladiators. We need to lower the Defiance for them. Just hunting. The guys at work, asked a question with the overly obvious question of security and me and my coworker are trying to figure it out if it's a legit question or just having them try their handheld. Alright, so the coast is down, the east is up. Guys arrive a few weeks later. The men are bare-chested, the women underdressed, eager to show off their bodies as much as their weaponry. They gather behind your throne and begin oiling themselves up. Lovely new guards. And we have a refugee crisis. The North is experiencing terror and famine, Your Majesty. A steady trickle of refugees have been pouring into the East. Yes, it is a terrible tragedy. We did take care of that already. I think they're in okay shape now. They're looking for food and steady work, but finding neither. Turn to begging. The streets of the eastern cities are crowded with northern vagrants. Cadigan. Well, I'm sorry that my suffering people are clogging up the precious season trades. They need help, not judgment. Will the council give it? Also, did I say Yeah, it does suck when your coworkers, you know, seem like they just need their hand held. All right. Since we already went and distributed grain among the peasants to the north, we have no money to do it again. So we can fund the local militia to deal with beggars. We can close the roads to the north, or the monarch will personally hand out bread to the refugees in the east. I think we don't want to use the money on this. So it's either going to be close the roads or hand out bread. So user on the phone, like, yes, that's why we created a ticket and tell them to call. Confirmation for that. We're going to start the vote. We're either closing the roads or I will hand out bread personally to the refugees in the east. Surround you and have the strongest military. I have been trying to take care of you. If my royal gamble wasn't still on cooldown, I would have put it on D to incentivize that instead. All right, well, let's see if we win this roll. Checking the round, return with trail mix. All right. We travel to regard the biggest city in the east, where you spend the whole day handing out loaves to the northern refugees. Ooh, we succeeded. Thank you, your greatness. Potted fair and wide for your generosity, a true monarch of your people. North's defiance is down, kingdom stability back up. How are you, simple actually do much to help. The famine in the north only worsens. More starving peasants flock to the east every day, and tensions heighten between the chiefs and the counts. Like I said, that was put at the same time, but we did cover this some. Alright, auction time. Reminder, it's exclamation fund, space, which one of these letters you want, space, how much. And the top two get funded. If they get funded, you lose the money you put in. If they don't get funded, you get your money back. Your choices are an aqueduct, which would increase your farming chiefs, or a theater, which would lower authority. For the counts, the Grand Bazaar, which would up your trade, or a prison, which would lower stability in general. Or a deer park, which would lower your farming partitions, or the Thieves Guild, which would lower your trade. But they might do other stuffs. It wouldn't be so bad, but one stock employee doesn't have to project right now, and me and the other ones both have things we can do during your time. My head kind of like their hand though. So you should be able to see your own cash behind or on the one. I can make myself vanish for a little bit though. Where am I? Boop. There you go. I can remember to try to boop myself out of existence for this part. Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3. Your time is probably up by the time you hear this. Boop. All right. Looks like we're going for the prison to lower stability and the Grand Bazaar to raise trade. Yeah, Wizzles, this is a Twitch interactive game. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't have the same interactions. I would love it if I could have offered it to both sides, but I'm still figuring people might have fun watching it, so I have it over on YouTube still. Corrigan. Yep. Looking at the noble list, Christopher and Radioactive and Pog are indeed the poorest at 0. Okay, let's start with a tempting offer. Your Majesty, it's come to my attention that across the kingdom there are a manner of all roads, bridges, walls, and canals. And what do they all have in common? They damned expensive to build. Exactly, your Supreme Majesty. And they make you no money. I'm willing to take them off your hands, saving you the cost of upkeep, and pay you handsomely in return. Ask your treasurer. It makes perfect financial sense. Money, money, money. Sounds good to me. What do you make of it, treasurer? The treasurer is not exactly looking healthy, and this would be a welcome past injection. Can't work out why the petitions would be this helpful. It's suspicious. Perhaps we should call a council vote. So, we make the roads and bridges pay for their own upkeep by charging tolls. Plus treasury, plus defiance, minus stability. Enact a law to prevent the petitions from buying public property, just gay scheme for one season, or there's no reason to take any drastic action. So, as a reminder, petitions are trying to keep my money down. The counts are trying to get my stability down. And yeah, it's these two. And chiefs want trade high in the other two. So this would help the counts, but hurt the petitions. And I'm just going to let you all do this. Here's my plan. It's not going to sound like Mr. Krabs because of money, money, money. King's money, money, and you're in desperate need of it. I would also honestly say we're not that bad off for money. But I'll let you just all go for it. Not surprising the counts are going for the option that lowers my stability. If it helps at all, Red, there's good chances I'm going to have to spend money again soon. It's honestly pretty hard to keep the treasury up in this game. Alright. We're allowing them to buy it up. These roads and bridges can pay for themselves, then surely won't need to sell them off. That's the logic. Fortunately, in practice, it makes everyone extremely angry. Soon, your nobles and peasants alike are calling you for your head on your spike. Defiance up, defiance up, defiance up, and stability down. A bizarre report. Your Majesty, I've received worrying reports. Worrying and confusing. Let me help you out. What's wrong? I'm constantly worried and confused. I pay you too much to be confused. I received reports from one of my little birdies in Conte Christopher's keep. They have the most unusual guests. Ooh, it's you, Your Majesty, or someone that looks just like you. I have no reason to suspect the counts are plotting anything, and yet I can't square this away. Unfortunately, I can't devote too many resources to solving this puzzle with the kingdom in such a lamentable state. Too busy fighting fires elsewhere. I recommend you call a meeting of the council to try to do something to put a stop to this. Very well. Assemble them at once. So, we can spend some money to triple security around the palace, which will increase its stability, lower authority. Conduct a thorough search of the eastern castles. We delay the scheme, or do nothing. Yep, doppelganger. And we will just let this go. We are decently split so far. And the counts in solidarity have taken it. If it helps at all, Cat, it wouldn't have changed anything. I'm not sure why your vote didn't show up. Council chose not to intervene based on such scantily evidence. Whatever the council are planning with your body double, they'll go ahead without interference. Your Majesty Lorei has gone stale. Oh, you get along well enough, and you made some good memories together. There's no spark. So the join is always on the top of the screen on the actual game if you close the thing. Unfortunately, if yeah, Cat's joined. Cat's shown up a few times. They are in the Chiefs. But I can't have multiple pins, Christopher. So if I'm doing giveaways, I can't really pin the join message. She cares more about hunting innocent animals than your happiness. Spark or no spark, you still need an heir. Congratulations are in order. The royal wedding was a magnificent affair. Felt more like a life sentence than a wedding. Oh, don't be so dramatic. You've done well so far, but something's still missing. An heir. Someone young, whose loyalty is assured. A child of your own would do the trick, even if they're a bastard or the youngest of your many cousins. My wife and I will have a child together. I'm pretty sure I have a bastard child around somewhere. I'll make my youngest cousin heir. I plan to adopt a low-born child from the orphanage. Yeah. We'll just take a youngest cousin. Of course, an extremely successful idea. I'll make the arrangements at once. My wife doesn't love me, and that's fine. I'm not gonna force her to have a child that she doesn't want. Back in the north, Chief Hal is hosting yet another feast for his clan hall. Not everyone's in the mood for celebrating, however. No, Jabel was afraid. The giants aren't willing to commit. Not yet, anyway. Oh, what's the problem? They leave their brains in the ice caverns again? Or are they too scared to take on a measly monarch? That might be true. Nah, not enough plunder. We must make other regions bigger, juicier targets. Chief's aim is to raise the other regions' combined trade to 12 or more. We're up to 9 now. So you got it up 3 so far. In the darkest depths of an eastern forest, Conte Christopher has gathered their fellow plotters around a messy stone obelisk. He's on a break of chaos. It's perfect. We have to strike. What do you intend us to do? Swap in and kidnap the monarch in full view of the honor guard and Palace Watch? No, of course not. We need the chaos advantage. We have 2 options. Alright, you are voting, counts. Raise your own defiance to lure me out, or lower your own farming while I'm trying to help you. Okay, you are going for the farming. United. In the east is gripped with famine. We can convince the monarch to come to our visit. Kiss babies, hand out bread, that sort of thing. That's where we strike. One monarch rides east, another monarch rides home. Your genius knows how it bounds, but what if our own citizens, won't they starve? You know what they say, can't make an omelet without starving a few peasants. Final stage of the scheme, counts must lower their farming to 3 or less. You're not very far from that. Sitting on a bench outside the sun-bleached villa, 2 patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme. Thrice cursed monsters are refusing to sell us any public land. Actually, I sold you a decent chunk. Makes sense, the treasure's not exactly suffering right now. Patience, my friend. Let's bide our time until the monarch's gold runs out. Which saves the lower treasury by 1,500 less. So, we're doing alright with money. I don't see much reason to go stuff, but patricians, again, invest wisely. Y'all getting loaded with money. So we're just going to go with atomic tax. I don't really need to work on lowering defiance anymore. Tax the patricians would be funny. I mean, I could, but they're not in love with me right now. I don't want to risk an uprising. So we're going to go with a base tax this time. Defiance is too high. One more reason to consider rebelling. Rebelling will stop the region from advancing a scheme. They can't be taxed like Hay Park or normal roads. So no one is currently rebelling. But petitions are on the verge of a rebel. You were potentially correct, Red. It's your call if you want to go on rebelling. So if you want to go on a rebel petitions, it's just !rebel. That being said, your goal of lowering the treasury is not too bad, and if you rebel, most likely the chiefs will get their wish and will go be able to take you out. So border raids, a fossil unearthed, or back from the hunt. Let's start with back from the hunt. It's gone on long enough. Hi, Cruz. After yet another hunt, the queen consort has shot and killed a rare species stag found only in the coastal woodlands. It's the fourth this month. As criteria as these hunts, royals cannot get away with wanton destruction of our countryside. Enough is enough. I demand a vote. Hello, Pancake. You glance at Lorelei as the nobles assemble for a vote. She shrugs. It was a beautiful stag. Suppose restrictions on hunting outside the crown lands, leave the laws as they are, or liberate hunting laws to allow for hunting anarchy. I don't really want to raise defiance anymore. I don't think this will do stuff. But yeah, hi, Pancake. Nah, we'll just let it go. Vote how you see fit. I debated about videoing C, but I figured that's the choice you would all want. I did not expect it to be quite this unanimous. But you cannot be serious. Defiance in the north, and every area is up by 1. This is brilliant. I can finally hunt those endangered coastal crabs I always wanted to. My wife is such a horrible person. Council chamber soon descends into chaos. A couple nobles make hasty extra oil up their own crossbars. Oh yeah, went for the chaos. Chaos is the way to go in this most of the time. Good news, Your Greatness. Our new fortress is proving invaluable. We even started adding a new parade ground. But there's a small problem. While digging more foundations, builders found bones and rocks. Besides the things, the beast they came from must be larger than the fortress itself. How exquisite. Well, they're just bones, aren't they? Like a giant, spooky, scary skeleton kid? They lower their voice. Those are saying that might be, you know, flying reptile. No one dares say names these days. It's been 700 years since the dragon was seen in the kingdom, and back then, it was catastrophic. Carry on building. Who cares about some fossils? Carefully excavate the bones. I don't think any of us care about faith. Don't miss stragglers. Abandon the fortress entirely. So this is the chiefs, I think. Their trade doesn't matter, but it wouldn't hurt them to have more. I'm just going to take a gamble on this. I know it'll increase the odds that petitions don't want to vote for me, but when I have a chance to spend money, I'm probably going to spend a good amount of it. Here you go. Just a little bit too early, Red. You'll have to do it again. My job is to carefully balance everything the best I can. Your job is to destroy it all. Cretaceous, your plan doesn't look like it's working. You might as well try rebelling. What's the worst that could happen? You wanted to rebel? Builders dig bones from the rock. Soon the huge bones are revealed. It's a crowd sight. Trade picks up. Merchants set up stalls peddling flimsy weapons made of bone. But the tourists, the northern locals, are superstitious. Treat bones with fare. Some refuse to approach the building at all. Your faith can't go lower, so whatever. Their highest, the Zam chiefs are up to their old tricks. Chief Pog has been leading his warriors in raids into my lands. That seems accurate. Nobody was hurt, but they shook down my peasants for petty coin and stole most lemons straight from my finest groves. Coast trade is down. North trade is now poor. And the coast of Pancakes money has decreased. How dare you accuse me of stealing like that again? Get my axe to answer you? But you've openly announced you wanted to steal repeatedly. Your Greatness, I have no idea what Noble Patrician Pancake is talking about. Maybe they've had too much wine? Order Chief Pog to compensate the Noble Patrician Pancake for the stolen goods. Send Spymaster to investigate these claims. Tell Noble Patrician Pancake to bring proof when making accusations. We're just gonna let you all have at this. Do as you please. Alright. We're going to make Chief Pog pay. I'd be honored about to pay back what I stole if I stole anything in the first place. By all the glitter, shut up. The council has spoken. Now here's my bill. Ground rolling, Chief Pog pays up. Be surprised if this is the end of it. So, blue went up, green went down, and Pog lost $100 because you didn't have more. Only one way from it, so if we get too high, I could rebel. Petitions just want to point out. That is fair. Is Cal in the, yeah. So, I don't think you all are quite in grounds to rebel yet, but I think we'll be checking that again soon. One stability, if more than 50% nobles vote for any one option. Preferred choice are nanas. So now chiefs can rebel if they want to. You would need 3 of you to go for the rebellion. Three have voted to rebel. You rebel next season. That is fair. Invasion. Your Grace, we're being overrun. Not by sword and spirit, mind you, but by hogs. Particularly a valiant breed of wild for these hogs, to be precise. Terrorize our farmlands and forests alike. Even attack our farmers when they're feeling particularly brave. Council must do something. Alright. Introduce a new species to prey on the hogs. Leo B is just nature taking its course. Call a great calling to deal with this. The farmers with weapon to fight off the menace. So, introducing a new species would lower my money. That would interest green patricians. Or patricians. But, we will just let it go. I don't feel like influencing this one. B and C are neck and neck. They are still neck and neck. It is a tie. The one with lower trade and farming, the other one with lower farming and up defiance. Which I think would let the counts rebel as well. Because then we can all rebel? Yeah. Voting tied at 4. Alright, Choco. I choose to believe your case. You're alright with sacrificing your trade and farming instead of just your farming? Yeah, we got 2 pancakes right now. Pancake Overstack, which I met through Questmaster, and Choco Pancake, or Choco Chip Pancakes. Choco Chip Pancakes, who is a fellow EGT member. Yeah, if Choco has no ideas of rebelling, okay, I'll just go with yours. Workers in the east head out what was known as the Big Hunt. The eastern economy practically grinds to a halt for that is cause are ritually eradicated. Your trade is down, your farming is down. A laughing stock. Mastery, acclaimed playwright Percival Netterflit, it's written as another smash hit. All the theaters in the capital showing it nightly. What's the problem? The problem is that the new play features a character obviously based on you. How am I portrayed? Here's played by a professional clown named Bifo. At one point, a bucket of custard is upended on their head as they sit on the throne. Highness, peasants and nobles alike are watching this play. Theaters are packed. You must stop it. You're not simply known as Monarch Bifo. I think I'll attend the play myself. Shocked silence falls in the theater as heralds announce your arrival. You wave from the royal box as the actors stare up at you, clearly horrified. What are you waiting for? The play begins. Soon enough, the clown monarch arrives on stage, immediately tripping on their own robes. They somehow found an actor who looks just like you. Endless humiliations are heaped on this honking, squeaking parody. Finally, the play concludes with the custard-drenched monarch handing the crown to the deserving hero. All eyes turn on you. How do you react? Scurry off into the night, or climb onto the stage? I guess I'm climbing onto the stage. The actors shrink away from you. The audience are deadly silent. Everything's terrified of what you're doing, guys. Congratulate the actors on the hilarious play. As break out into relieved chairs, the actors bow before you, weeping from gratitude. Authority and stability is raised from this. Yeah, every kingdom needs a jester. And really, if I can't accept some people making fun of me, where's the good? Good or bad leaders, or rulers, usually there's some play out there having fun with it. Might have stopped your rebellion. After that, the whole capital can talk about nothing but your good humor and mercy. I think you're fine. You're still at 4 defiance. Unless I can drop it here, but I don't think it will. Your greatness, it's the reptile bones. The people are terrified that fire will descend upon the north. These fools can make matters in their own hands and destroy the fortress if we're not careful. Okay, we bury the bones, out of sight, out of mind. She should offer the peasants a bribe. Defiance up, stability up, and wealth down. Or move the bones to a northern vault. Military up, stability down, defiance down. Yep. So, I mean, if their defiance goes up, it doesn't matter too much. I think I'm just going to do this. I think you're all going to be picking B or C, so we'll see if we can get there. Like I said, I think you're all going to be picking B or C, so I'm going to take this opportunity to try to protect my stability a little bit more. So my gambit paid off. I got a stability for that. Guess how it goes to these fools. Defiance aggravated. So stability goes up once more. Some chiefs were waived. Stability is now civil. Despite their grumbles, the council has spoken. The chiefs hand over cash to the villagers, who are greatly reassured. Oh yeah, well, you are at 5 now, so it doesn't matter. You are rebelling. Saying that right success. I mean, it kind of makes sense. We're trying to get the trade up, but we're having some issues. Oh, you have to be equal to or higher than my stability, huh? That is something I didn't get. All right, I put an end to your rebellions, apparently, because we became too stable. I did not know that's how that worked. Quest for an heir is finally complete. You stand before the council holding a small child in your arms. Should I die? I ask that my crown be passed down to... As the hall is filled with nervous silence. My cousin, an adopted child. Assembled nobles break out into polite applause. By designating heir, you've cemented the stability of the kingdom. Serene Highness, may I first congratulate you on adopting an heir. What is their name? Harutu. Marvelous, your August Majesty. It's your little hard to grow up to be chip off the all block. Congratulations finding an heir. Now you just need to fill up ambition and win the game. Expect a visit for the Spy Master soon. Your Majesty, bad news. And let's see, you're trying to get your farming down, right? Counts. From the Northern Fortress. Postal visitors came to see extraordinary bones and marvel at our good northern bravery put in the on display. And then there was an accident. Part of a wall exploded the group right next to the bones. Great noble petition, Polly perished in the flames. No, Polly! Display what? They were my friend, and this is your fault. I demand justice. Force the chiefs to compensate the petitions, which will raise their defiance more. Destroy the bones in the fortress with them. Or put up an ornate memorial to noble Christian Polly besides the fortress. You know what? I'm going to take a gamble on this one. Worst case, I lose 200. Otherwise, I only lose 500. But also, I want to honor Polly. If he broke, I know. I'm trying to survive as well, Red. Voting has closed. Put a memorial to Petitioner Polly beside the fortress. Treasury goes up, defiance goes down, but then we actually spend the money. As long as it doesn't cost us any money. So Tail spreads the north beyond. Visit Socks. Your trade is up the north. Polly's dead. Poly 2 has joined the council, and we've lost money. So we're down there. We're a little bit closer for positions. The counts are really close to winning, by the way. Your Serene Highness, I'm here to complain about Chief Pog raiding my lands again. This time, he even left his calling card with signature after pillaging one of my caravans. The audacity. Trading go up. We need everyone else's trading go up. Yeah. Coast. Pancake has lost 750. Pog, you have 750. Trade is suckers. You're hurting the trade on the coast and the farming on the coast, and your trade and farming is going up. As far as we pay the normal for Pancake for raids, I never conducted in the first place. But the crime fit the punishment. Now we're even. Steps below. That's not remotely how that works. I demand the council arrest this fool. Alright. So we arrest Chief Pog, which will probably raise the defiance of the chiefs, but lower the defiance of the petitions, and lower stability. For the second time, order Chief to pay, consider the matter no more raiding, or station troops along the coastal border. Raise your defiance. And you know what? I'm just gonna let you go at this one. I'm not gonna influence this one. Granted, I probably could have picked the stability one, but all right, Chief Pog is getting arrested. So be it. At least I'm being punished for something I actually did. Stability is down 1, authority is up 1, defiance is up 2. So you are above the stability again. I should have taken the stability action to at least be tied. They really want to think. We are in ads again. I should do this. You working, or do I need to get a new? Okay, looks like we're going. So I'll get that going. Just post some words if you're all good. I'll pull the one game. Malvex won it. Good. Like, I was fine with anyone winning it, but Malvex actually told me last night when it got to their turn for fishing, they were going to pick that one because it's on the new fishing list as well. So, congrats, Malvex. Failing this so badly on my end. There we go. Reset this.
Y'all crushed that one. Okay, people should be back from ads now. The new game is one button bosses. It's all in the name. You have one button. There's big bosses to beat. Push, tap, and bash like a handcrafted campaign or roguelike rifts. It is a roguelike rhythm game where you have one button to beat up bosses. I actually already own this one, so that is why this one's included in the giveaways, because I got a second copy. Otherwise, I would have kept it myself. All right, so coming back from ads, the North is furious. I gotta reset stuff. Pog's been imprisoned. Pog 2 has joined the council. Defiance is now 1. Green. Chiefs we need to do is get one more season and we can start the rebellion. It's the end of the season. I can't do anything to change this anymore. Alright, auction time. Chiefs have a stadium which would lower their military. Might not be a bad one for people to fund if we're about to have a rebellion from them. The Thieves Guild, which would lower their trade. The Deer Park, which would lower farming in the counts. Grand Bazaar, which would up the trade for the counts. Cathedral, which would up the faith for the patricians, which no one's cared about faith so far. Or Fortress, which would up the military for patricians. With that being said, we're starting the auction. Test cow? Yes, Bruce. It is exclamation mark, fund, space, the one you want, space, how much money you want to put into it. Oh. Yeah, I should pop myself out of existence again. Looks like we're potentially getting a Dare Park in Grand Bazaar. Boop. Yep. Deer Park and Grand Bazaar. So farming will go down a little bit and trade will go up. Chiefs are back on the verge of rebellion. So you all can vote to rebel again. Testing delay in case I need to snipe by the last second. I see. So we're going to see if we can quell the rebellion again. But I don't think I can. Actually, the East is suffering terrible food shortage. Ask you visit them and bolster morale. Oh, you do have the farming down. Must I? It's so damp. Very well. Be painless and good for your public engine. You bid a fond goodbye to your wife. Don't worry, dear. I've known these counts since I was little. They used to play hide and seek with me. You can trust them. You embark on a long, perilous journey to the east. You're braving haunted forests, mud-churned roads. You reach your destination, an eastern city. The streets are dotted with starved beggars, their ribs sticking through the skin. Your Majesty, I'm so glad you come. Lend your aid to the needy. Spend the day handing out bread to a hungry mob. As the sun sets,
Hydration check.
Christopher invites you back to their castle. Thank you for the hydrations. Yeah. Welcome, take a seat. Your ace, can I get you a drink? No need. Seat yourself. More for me. Your coastal gladiators take their seats behind you, watching Christopher carefully. Actually, Your Grace, I had something I wanted to speak about to you alone. Yep. I should have actually pointed out again that the farming would have given them the victory. Alone. Tell them the honor guard will stay put. I'm sorry, but I simply must insist. Christopher yanks down a lever, carefully disguised as a candlestick. A giant trapdoor swings open beneath your honor guard. Yes. I've got time to play again. This took about 2 hours. I should be able to do this again. I'm hoping everyone's having a lot of fun with it. Drop down in the darkness below without even enough time to scream.
Make a dash for the door. Before you can make it 5 yards, a dozen Eastern Knights burst through the door and seize you roughly. A blade is pressed against your throat. Your Grace, there's someone I want you to meet. Your self-postfits, curtain parts, you're suddenly confronted by yourself. Yeah, so we can actually continue this dynasty, which some of our choices from this one will do it. So that would be the plan, do another run of this bloodline. What's the meaning of this? Well, aren't you a stunner? You really think this can replace me? Well, aren't you a stunner? Voice is almost, but not quite, identical to your own. A little too nasal. You like it? It took a year of training to get the voice right. You'll never get away with this. I'm willing to roll the dice. Men, Eastern Knights hold you hostage, bundle you towards the door. Quick, we must face their body won't be discovered. Bag is stuffed over your head, your arms tied behind your back. You're loaded onto a mule like a sack of grain. As you jolt around the mule, you have plenty of time to contemplate your upcoming demise. It's funny, the kingdom won't even notice you're gone. Perhaps Lorelei will realize, but by then it'll be too late. You're already dead. Lorelei's probably in on this plan. The bag is ripped off your head. You find yourself standing over a mist-shrouded waterfall, far below the white water shuns and seas. Any last words? May the seventh god feast upon your eyeballs in hell. Can't we work this out? It's a beautiful view up here. Why not take a closer look? Christopher takes a step back and kicks you nonchalantly off the edge. It's a long way down. Your screams are drowned out by the thundering water. Long live the new monarch, same as the old monarch. Unso victorious. Nobody would ever know that the monarch had been replaced by an imposter. It isn't mentioned in history books. Only the counts knew, and they took the secret to their grave. The chief's agreement with the Ice Giants fell apart. Giants ended up attacking the north instead. Subsequent war kept the chiefs too busy to worry about matters of the throne. Christians' attempt to buy the kingdom ended in failure. Bankruptcies were filed, marks were scratched out in secret letters. The risk-reward calculus was a failure. Perhaps next time. Count's doppelganger was in power long enough to name Mara as their heir before meeting their own unfortunate end. Count's grip on the crown was secure, for now.
Oh, this will be fun.
I still need to mess with that a bit more. I keep forgetting. So, despite it being over, we can continue the Tearfall Dynasty, proceeding over the same people, because this game allows you to do stuff like that. You all will have to join again, though. So you all might change allegiances a little bit here, unless you have the game and can force yourself into the stuff. That's exclamation point, join, space, your pronouns. Actually, it looks like it's mostly putting you in the same ones if you were there before. Hello, Galactus. Okay, decently balanced. Yep, Pancake and you are still together. Looks like you joined with they, them already, Bruce. On the plus side, you have hair this time. Anyone else wants to join, they can join in a little bit. Alright, council introduction. Events have proceeded exactly according to plan. The throne is ours. Now remember our agreement. All matters of state shall favor the East. What if I governed for the good of the whole kingdom? Yeah, ideally someone else will join, Red. Please put these delusions benevolence to your head. It's embarrassing. We put that crown on your head. Don't make us take it away. Now introduce yourself to the rest of Connell. Don't forget what I told you to do. Chiefs of the North. Hey, Cal. Good luck in the days ahead, Your Majesty. You need to deal with us a lot. Pleasure. We got Red over on this side. Their team prosper and grow under your reign. Council Hall immediately fills with raised voices while... What do you think? Think you'll be a good little monarch and do as they are told? Like the new Bruce? Too early to tell, but I have a bad feeling we should have a backup plan just in case. You're back in the court. Counts. We are a little unbalanced. That is fine. Your Majesty, you have won the throne of the monarch Haru, but you still must answer to the council. It's tradition, they'll decide what happens at your coronation. Let's get this over with. Shall we call the nobles in? No, you're not. You need to own the game to be able to jump between stuff. Your join puts you in the counts because that's where you were. So wear black, listen to music, proceed with religious ceremony. We're gonna be thrown in a river again. I'll allow it. What was done for the first one? Everyone threw me in the river the first time here, if that's what you're asking. And for Galactus, over on Twitch, we have people joined in the game that are voting for stuff. I am trying to keep myself on the throne and keep things stable and survive. Everyone else is trying to raise up their faction of nobles into stealing the crown. All right. I'm going in the river again. Civil. Dubious. Yep. I just hope you enjoy watching it. I unfortunately can't include YouTube in any sort of integrations. What kind of coronation is that? Let me get changed. Those pick you up, carry the water, throwing you the shadow water chair. You climb back up the way, soaking wet. The counselor steps forward and places the crown on your head. Is it your imagination or some noble stifling giggles? Play anyway, it'll be fine. Yeah, I think the river just feels right. Your Majesty, the history books do not look kindly upon usurpers, unless, of course, they prove themselves worthy of the throne they've stolen. When you die, how do you hope the kingdom will remember you? Conqueror, stability, authority, farming, trade, faith. Here, realize Brave Rebel and toss a chair out the window. Let's see. Counts really don't have anything that they favor too hard. Hey, Wolfgang. Yeah, well, let's try going heavier into the military this time. Warrior Monarch is sure to be remembered fondly. They win more battles than they lose. So just over the next few years, you focus on improving the kingdom's overall military as much as possible. Once you have an heir, I'll return to discuss how your ambition is progressing. Good luck, Your Majesty. It might not be the best idea for the thing, but it will change up what we're trying to do at least. Chiefs we all know should be on the throne, not this imposter Monarch Mara. How do we make that happen? Alright, Chiefs. You're up. Do you want to raise stability, raise authority, or lower all faith? And the Chiefs are Cal, Red, and Pog. No military this time. That would be your goal, yes. Okay, you're lowering all faith this time. Chiefs plan to dig up Odad's legendary horn and use it to take over the kingdom. First, they must win favor of the gods by diminishing the king's belief in the ninth. You just speedrun starting your rebellion. To advance their scheme, the chiefs must lower the combined total of all regions' faith to 12 or less in 4 seasons. It's currently 9. Odin of the Umbra dynasty, a notorious farmer hermit, leans delicately on podium, speaking in a voice. Most excellent. Mara now sits on the throne. The counts are in charge, as they should be. The other regions will scheming to dispose them. You stay loyal to the new monarch or cut our losses to put me on the throne instead. So, you can either be loyal, raise authority, or lower own defiance. And this one is for Bruce, Chaco, Umbra, and Christopher. Why didn't Chaco's vote go in? Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's not a huge deal. You both voted for the same thing. So is this long live the monarch? May they bring glory and honor to the east. We always change our minds. If Bar ever gets out of line, we can take up arms and get rid of them the old-fashioned way. Even if it's not our usual fare. Yeah. It always sucks when you can't post the same thing for a bit, yeah. And something like this. Count's goal is to aid the monarch by countering with the other region schemes as much as they can. They win the game if the monarch produces an heir and completes their ambition. However, if defiance gets too high, they can still change their minds and rise up in rebellion. Clement of the Pancake family, powerful coastal political fixer, scribbles with a well-used quill on a hardwood desk, explaining in measured prose. Fellow patricians of the coast, my claim to the throne is far more legitimate than that of Monarch Mara. Something must be done. Alright. This one is for Red. We have Rad and Red. Or Radioactive. Okay, that's what I'm reading. And Pancake. So you're either looking to lower stability, raise treasury, or lower treasury. Alright, unanimous. Trying to get back on that train of lowering that money, huh? Patricians plan to sink the monarch under an ocean of debt. That's their scheme. The patricians must lower the treasury by 1,500 less in 3 seasons. Alright. Alright, so I still have the same... Nope, I do not have the same. Let's just go with the treasury one again. I might need it. So I do know there is a quest that buy low and sell high in here. Your distant cousin, the honor guard, a new baby. Tradition, each region offers a selection of elite guards, the chiefs of their most famous warrior types, counts with their knights of the Order and Drowned Rose. Patricians offer their greatest guys, champions of arena. Fortunately, we cannot recruit the Northern Warriors. There's been a major scandal. They got drunk and burned down a church of the Ninth. They won't come to the capital until this blows over. You need to pick someone else. I mean, I was gonna pick the Chiefs just to lower your rebellion. But, I am loyal to the Counts for now. Make arrangements at once. Defiance can't go lower. Yeah, this literally doesn't help me. We'll bring the axes and Whistly. Surely won't betray you. I couldn't bring the Chiefs in, Cal, otherwise I would have. The Knights arrive a few weeks later. They're all extremely pale and extremely polite. Commander uses herself with the floor bow for reading out a poem she's written for the occasion. Your distant cousin. The greatness, I have a matter of some delicacy to speak you with about. Good day, cousin. How's the old kingdom going, I suppose I really look like work, but suppose you get a fancy hat. Lord Fitzbert is your very, very distant cousin, about 15th in line to the throne. You haven't seen him in years. Cousin, why are you dressed like that? Quite a dashing figure, aren't I? I had to borrow a few bits from Chief Radioactive after a donkey chewed through my coat. Lord Fitzbert's staying at my estate for the last year, your greatness, but unfortunately there's been some financial impacts. He's been borrowing money from me for months, saying he'll pay me back when luck turns, but now my coffers are bare. Yes, poor radioactive. Couldn't even afford a little banquet to see me off. Sorry it's come to this, but I must petition the court for funds, Your Majesty. Pay Chief Radioactive for her hospitality. Increased wealth, lower defiance, and minus 1,000 treasury. Lead Lord Fitzbert to sort this out. Up defiance. Prisoners should be put up in the palace. Lower defiance. So the chiefs are already talking about rebellion. But you know what? I'm fine with this. Just go at it. Choose what you want. It's gonna be mostly split between B and A, I think. Checking. So, Wolfgang, if you want to be able to vote, you need to do first exclamation join, and then if you have preferred pronouns, space, and then the pronoun you want. Yes, this is very partisan. Princess turns out this noisy huff, still at least the treasury is safe from your cousin's grasp. Defiance is now insolent. A new baby! That's fair. Just figured I'd let you know. Greetings, Your Serene Highness. I have some fine news for my citizens of the coast. A baby has been born on your birthday, bearing a birthmark in the shape of the watermark 9. Fantastic omen. Perhaps we should mark the occasion? Alright, so for the new baby, we will either send their blessings. I have no time for peasant brats. Gift the parents a bounty of jewels and fine wine, which lowers the treasury but raises stability. Or send the Inquisition to make sure the birthmarks are real. Lower stability, ups defiance, lowers faith. Actually, well, I guess I care about stability some. But I'm fine with whatever here, I think. Go at it, y'all. Nice and split so far. Why is Choco not going through? Or Choco. You are on the list. You're right there. There it is. I was going to break the tie that way anyways, because I knew you were there. Alright, give the parents a bounty of jewels and fine wine. Kafupichi, your generosity. We're up to 7. There's another one. They ask permission to name the baby after you. What do you think, Your Majesty? The more marks, the better. Like words where there's too many inputs at once, it misses some. Ah. Excellent. I have my housekeeper give them good news. No patrician pancake. Scurries away. Child of the Coast named you. Who knows what sort of person this baby will become. You'll help it. You'll be around to see it. Alright, auction time. We have the Aqueduct, which is raise farmers for the chief, or farming for the chiefs. Bazaar, which would raise trade for the chiefs. Monument, which would raise authority. Prison, that would lower authority. Patricians could buy the observatory, which would lower faith. which the chiefs want lowered faith, or a theater, which would lower authority. With that, we go. It's exclamation mark fund space the button you want space how much you're putting in. Most of you are broke though. So you probably all don't have to put too much money into fun stuff. Find $1. Last member with money, put everything in D. All right. We funded a aqueduct, raising the farming of the chiefs, and lowered the faith. Complaining cousin, finding a spouse, fifth trouble or tithe trouble. Start with the cousin. Interesting news from the north. Do all your family reunions go this well? It's my cousin Trevor. I thought it went fine. You could say that. Our fifth house decided to tell everyone you're unwilling to give someone of your own blood funds on which to survive. Stirring up bad feelings against you. Better nip this in the bud before it gets out of control. The monarch should have formally apologized about my cousin. Lower defiance, lower authority. Pay the chiefs to put him up. Minus treasury. Defiance, up things. Officially reprimand him for his insolence. I'm gonna pull out the veto here. You have the choice between A or C. Pretty sure between these two choices, you're just gonna go C. But I have better things to use money on than this. He sent a stern letter to Lord Fitzburg, chiding him for his behavior. You do not hear anything back yet. Perhaps he's changed his ways. Authority succeeded. Highness, I've come to make a complaint about the counts of the East. They've been carrying their tithes. Or tithes. I forget what it's called. Donations to the church. What is it? All the counts are obliged to donate 1/8 of their monthly income to the church. They want to stay out of the 7 hells when they die, that is. Stop being stable. I'm not a debt collector. You think the common people will blame the church starts failing? Me? No, your highness. They'll blame you alone. Especially if I tell my priests to spread words that you refuse to help them. Lower faith. Lower defiance. Lower stability. Lower authority. Yeah, sure. Never been so. You'll regret your words and your deeds. I'll see to this personally. Goodbye. Faith's down. Defiance can't go lower. Archer soon proves the truth of his words. Throughout the kingdom, priests preach to their flocks. The monarch is a baby kicker and devil worshipper. The gullible peasants lap it up. Stability is down. Authority is down. Alright, what are my spouse options this time? Your Majesty's support you find a spouse sooner rather than later. Take the liberty of finding someone eligible. And he is perfectly fine. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll send out the messengers to see most influential nobles in the kingdom. Let's see what they have to offer. It's easy enough decision. You'll marry into the counts as we agreed before you took the throne, right? Just love the mental image of we have old people trying to get stuff done in the Empire, and there's just the chiefs in the corner throwing tables every time their realm gets more stable. They're screaming about wanting to start a rebellion, and no one's doing anything about it because they tried. We could kick the shred out of them with our army. Chiefs discovered an ancient treasure hoard from Frozen Eye, worth 500 wealth. The other nobles gained 200 wealth. I was about to ask, Chiefs, do you want me to actively tax you more? Okay. I will actively tax you more. There, you're angrier. Oh yeah, I could have probably bribed you. I'll do that next time, Red. Let's see what my options are first. Found 3 potential matches for you. Choose wisely. For alliance. Yes, I know. Chancellor leads you to the Great Hall, where the ranged fortress on each. For now, each is covered by off. Alright, let's get this. I was happy to have a few coins to rub together once more. Go select my account? My account for what? This way the Clawflin pursues. Heath, firstborn daughter of the Northern Pog clan. From what I've heard, she knows exactly what she wants and will do whatever's necessary to get it. She's made herself quite wealthy, series of shrewd investments. She's an incredibly different person by all accounts. Gets up to crack of dawn each morning and goes for a swim in Frozen Lake. Oh, go and choose my account? Yeah. See the appeal, I suppose. This is Alistair, the eldest heir of the Umbra dynasty. According to accounts, they're a little naive. They may just be compared to other ruthlessness of the Eastern courts. The laboratory installed in their castle, spend most of their time there conducting bizarre experiments. Missing a while ago. Turned out they accidentally locked themselves in their cellar. Survived on wine in the week. And finally, from the coast, we have Nestor, the wealthy heir to Lady Petition Redness estate. He wasn't originally the heir, but his other brother had an unfortunate accident. He loves to lose his fortune in the area. Betting in the arena, he's said to be led by his passions, living a moment with no thought for his reputation. Petitions. Why do you always send such bad candidates?
Hydration check.
Oh yeah, Nestor obviously offed his sibling.
Maintain perfect posture. Check.
Thank you for the posture and hydrations. That's fair. I will fall in love or line with my counts. Approaching, letting the North rebel already. Dear cousin, whatever can I do? Must throw myself on your mercy once again. Actually, I'm hurt. I've been as possible in the past, but I'm beyond that all now. No, it's that I'm building a sanctuary for retired hunting dogs in there. They've run out of money. Hope there's some spare coin in the treasury. These poor dogs are so in need. Ask the Northern townspeople for assistance. 30% trade. Pay for the dog sanctuary from the treasury. This would lower my money, making the petitioners happy. This would lower my defiance with chiefs, which would make them a little unhappy, and raise my stability. So this would be in interest of the counts and the patricians. Yeah. I'm gonna gamble on this to lower my money less. But it would still lower my money a chunk. You'll admit losing some defiance in favor of dogs you're not against. That is fair. One of the games I was playing, I made statements early on that actually became relevant later, and I was voting against my self-interest repeatedly because of it. No, that's fair. Hand over the cash, so the treasurer is nervous about how well Lord Fitzwell will handle it. Turns out the dog sanctuary flourishes. Retired hunting dogs live for the rest of their days in the most comfortable kennels in the north. Defiance is down, stability is up. Yeah, I know. I'm fighting losing money, but I'll get there soon enough, most likely. So last game we had the worm problem, the other stuff. Looks like we have a plague for dancing again, and this is going to cost me a lot of money. You're pulling my leg. Affects everyone, even dogs, cats. We don't know how to start it. It's spreading quickly. Whole villages are dancing themselves half to death. Quarantine the villages, pass a law that forbids dancing, or let it be. How bad is dancing anyways? It's going to hurt my trade either way if you go let it be, but you do know that let it be will lead to lost revenue. Umbra, you missed the exclamation mark. Not that this would change much. It's all good. Your A wouldn't change anything on this one. Very split down party lines again. There's nobody unhappy with the new dancing band, which earned you the marker of the Maudlin Monarch. Authority's up, stability's down, defiance of the coast is up there. The coast might get to rebel first. Or still, it doesn't slow the spread. No matter how much one is flogged or fined, they continue to dance. Soon your bailiffs are dancing along with them. In DJ Side Tavern, the two producers of the coast meet their plot the last scheme. The treasure is not empty. The monarch won't be tempted by our loan offers. Northmen and the Southerns both like trying to rebel, not like this. Maybe we should arrange some kind of heist. Look at you, had yourself later, Patrician. This coup will be conducted entirely within the bounds of the law. We have our principles, after all. Just to aim to lower treasury by 1,500 less. Now for the other two. Oh, yeah. Nobles vote for the monarch's choice. They gain 500 personal wealth. Sure. I think that's for them. So you just get bribed. Dancing fever. You rebel, we will not rebel and kick your ass, then rebel. Lord Christian Red stands before you, hopping frantically from one side foot to the other as she speaks. The plague, your august majesty, it's spreading. Why, I think I've been affected myself. You think I should do something about it, I assume? Yes, you need to do something or we'll dance ourselves to death. This may look like fun, but trust me, it's anything but. Alright. Order the nobles to hide in their castles or wait it out. Nah. We're gonna make you choose between hiring a wizard or infecting the nobility. I know which one of you wants. And this is how I expected this to play out. It will make Green happy, but I don't want to go into rebellion quite yet. She finally arrives. As she's clad tightly around skulls, her face back resembles the skull of a giant rodent. Her voice is dark and croaky. And will she rebel for herself to someone else in the reason? No fun, we need to have a little restraint. Resist it. Can I see your face? No. Explains the watch hen. Expert in plagues and pestilence, but not of the dancing kind. You must know something to help. Hire me, so I'll do what I can. I make no promises. As she leaves the throne room, accompanied by a cloud of flies, you soon pray to the ninth god that she'll find a cure soon. Wedding at Alistair is naturally the talk of the kingdom. Nobles and peasants alike travel from across the ring to attend. For a week and a day, the capital is one giant party. Feels like they're only not talking. Instead, you're getting steady. You're ready, Surrey. It's enough. You're standing in St. Bernard's Cathedral with Alistair at your side. Don't take this person as your lawfully wed spouse. Change my mind, I can't do this. No, we'll do this. And I now pronounce you married in the eyes of the kingdom. After the wedding, of course, there's a feast and a dance, and your two spouse Alistair discusses a short but heartfelt toast, expressing a wish to get to know you better. Stability is up, authority is up, defiance is down. I was about to say no balls. By the time you find yourself alone with Alistair, it's past midnight, and you've never felt more tired. I must profess, I'm glad it's over. Now we can finally talk openly with each other. What do you mean? Spans of life in the royal court don't quite agree with me. So many liars, lickspittles, and flatters. I don't know how you stand it. It's tough, but I have to do my duty. By the blood of the dead, I feel for you. I couldn't do it. Finishing the last of the wine, at your separate bedchambers, seems your spouse is happy to take their time getting to know you. Don't exaggerate, Your Highness, but I believe we pioneered the most incredible invention in the history of mankind. I was hosting a small party, playing cards with some of my friends. I called for a servant to bring me something to eat while it was both tasty and convenient, as my hands were occupied. I remember from another stream I've been in that for this game somewhere put the theory that the Spy Master is actually the bird and the guy is basically a mask to talk how the bird talk. That would be fun. But my servant brought me this evening, which changed your world forever, Your Greatness. Show me. Behold! She holds in the air a plate. Atop the plate are 2 slices of bread with a piece of meat wedged between them. Allows the hungry noble to consume 2 slices of bread plus meat all at once, saving valuable time. Meanwhile, the bread serves as an impregnable barrier, preventing one's hands from being dispersed by meaty juices. Ingenious! Naturally, since this is my invention, I propose we name it after me. In a few years' time, I expect everyone to be enjoying a nice radioactive for lunch. But naturally, this innovation cannot be made available for free. Every time a radioactive is concerned, expect a small royalty payment. Can't do a one-time payment. Give radioactive the royalties she deserves. Defiance down, wealth up, trade down. Radioactives are too useless to be controlled. Defiance up, trade up. Servant should be rewarded instead. What was his name again? Defiance up. Still mentioned sandwich from servant. Yes, you did. So show that all burger muscles, even our brains. I want to royal gamble this one. Yeah, we'll just let it go. D is the only right answer. You don't want money. I figured this would end up decently split again. I do not know the history of sandwiches, Bruce. Thank you, Your Greatness. At least it's deserved. And work on my next invention. Edible playing cards. Not paying for it, everyone's forced to pay a small fee to radioactive whenever they eat anything between 2 slices of bread. Your wealth has increased from 100 to 1600. Other chiefs are granted exemption from paying this toll, and counts and petitions are forced to cough up. Some Christians' wealth decrease, some counts' wealth decrease. That's why, despite the deliciousness and convenience of eating radioactive, never really catches on. Bakeries go bust across the north. Northern sagas tell of Eldhorn, once gifted mortals the Honeyblood Prince himself, then lost in snow's time, never be found again. Until now. By the gods, can you believe it? Spend the most bountiful spring in living memory. The grass is green, the sun is warm, even our sheep have given birth in record numbers. The work of Oldhill, my friend, who spent many months beseeching him, and now he's rewarded us the means to overthrow the monarch's regimen. Truly, you mean see he's pointed at us, his horn? Yes, it's far to the north. Ice Giant's territory, frozen wastelands, need hardy forest stands and chanting change for retrieving it. Next check, the shame, they must raise their military to 5 or more the next 2 seasons. To be fair, Pog, your region is going pretty damn well for getting your stuff done. These are 2 petitions coast meet spot their latest scream. Treasury is practically empty, and the monarch's struggling to fund their ambitions. A place perfectly to offer them a loan. So helpful of us! Indeed, these loan agreements will be friendly as bear trap, absolutely loaded with hidden catches and small print. Watch me work my magic. That's fair, Pog. Good evening, noble petition. What exactly is the purpose of this meeting? I heard about the monarch's recent money troubles, and I thought we could both benefit. Sign here and here. This agreement does seem fair. Very well, I'll sign. The monarch will be pleased. Good night, noble petition. May the 9th bless you. Treasury has 2,000 more. Pancake has no money. And Red has lost 300 money. Alright. Have a good one, Cal. See, easy as pie. But it's not enough to bankroll the monarch. The rest of the kingdom must be in debt to us as well. To advance their scheme, all patricians must have the highest trade of all regions in 3 seasons. But you're not in bad shape for that. Requisitioning rare regions. Mara, I've come to ask for a favor. Recent person of rarely rare region for my chemical studies, the pickle figure of a giant. Unfortunately, it's been delayed. I was buying it from Chief Cal. It'd be a great favor for me if you could chase it up on my behalf. I'll look into it. Yeah, it's crabs. You summoned Chief Cal to the council chambers the next day and talk in private. Hello, your majesty. What can I do for you? Yeah, Cal just left. We have something for the spouse. I need to buy a pickle finger of an ice giant. Fortunately, I cannot give you the giant's finger yet. Giant's remains are sacred in the north. I had to take this one's finger in secrecy. Your spouse paid quite a lot for the privilege. Problem is, some of the other chiefs have suspicions about what I did. They're threatening to have me punished. If you still want to keep this cursed affairs, you have to promise to keep me safe. Just give me the finger, you'll know the meaning of punishment. You know what? You all want me to anger the chiefs, so let me try this one. Fine, better for me to just not invade involvement at this point. Let's raise Giant's finger before we can. They are most pleased with it. Anything from Chief Crosswind Cosmos at your meeting. You're certain nothing good has happened to him. Cal lost all his money. I tried to raise your defiance. Menacing omen. Minus the east here. We east have a hair problem. Name is Yellow Throws. This is dire omen indeed. The town of Tolmiv holds a spring festival welcoming back the desolate lands. This year we were forced to miss it. The fabled hare known as the Pale Beast of Tolmiv appears officially begins the festival, but not this year. The lowborn grow restless. It's white as snow, the size of a large dog, bears magical coiled antlers, and is delicious with parsnips. The gathered node was grasped, then fall silent. Blood and stars, you ate the pale beast of Tolmiv? It hopped into my lands. I thought it was just a rare sort of rabbit. Those monsters eating the fabled pale beast of Tama, casting shadow upon the coming year, the coming decade, in fast. Just as here, the pale beast possess powers beyond your understanding. Your Highness, please bring down the weight of justice on this wretch. Chief Pog must publicly confess and compensate the comps for the crime. To call for merchants to find a pale base of Talmav. Ignore the situations unless it resolve itself. Yeah, it seems like a very north thing to do. Yeah, I'll just let y'all go for it. Yeah, things are up for vote. We'll see how they go. Choppa's vote didn't count again. I don't know why. It doesn't look like it would matter this time, so I don't need to wait for him to get it in. After a few false starts involving rabbits adjusted with chalk, Snow White hair is found. It's not quite as big as a dog, but maybe from a distance, next to a small shrub for perspective. Bruce's wealth has gone down. Antlers fixed to the hare's head, poor creature lets loose on Talmav. All you do is wait. A day or two later, excitement erupts as the new white hair of Talmav is sighted. This goes ahead with much celebration. Maybe summer rather than spring, but everyone agrees winter is thoroughly over. Meanwhile, the chiefs, who caused the problem in the first place, are keen to praise your name whenever they can. Even less defiance. Grace, a monster's been stalking my farms at night, smashing down the doors of cottages and feasting on peasants inside. How many visions? Dozens of your race, and only a few have survived the attacks. Survivors tell a garbled story about gleaming fangs amid a mountain of blood-soaked fur. Alright. I swear this game can hear you. Send the Count's army to deal with the abomination. Offer substantial bounty on the monster. This is no concern of ours. I actually know how this storyline plays out. So, I'm not going to influence this. I'm just going to let you all go for it. A for the Count's army, B for a bounty, or C, there's no concern. Hey! Choco's in this time. You are all very evenly split. I'll join with the Counts for a little bit. Or Chiefs for a little bit. Also continues mending the east, growing more bold every day. It reports that it no longer confines its time stacks to the nighttime. Soon, the peasants are too afraid to tend their crops, while riding their fields. Farming's down, stability's down. End of this season. Deep in the back rooms of the royal palace, the eastern counts are poring over secret letters scribbled diagrams. The walls are cork-filled, filled with pins and cross-keyed by the color string. Monarch has married Alistair at last. Nothing can just keep producing an heir. Can't hold off the other regions forever. Choco, I need to make it look like I'm, not completely one-sided with you. Said the clock is ticking. Peasants across the kingdom are losing faith in the ninth, and the work of those chiefs, they're undermining the church. No one knows why. But we gotta keep up our efforts. Monarch Mara isn't going anywhere on our watch. Counts must continue to aid the monarch by countering the other region's schemes. They will win the game if the monarch produces an heir and completes their ambition. Alright, auction time. This really only applies to Radioactive, Red, Bruce, and Pog. Everyone else is broke. And of those people, Radioactive has more money than everyone else combined. We could do a fortress to raise military, monument to raise authority for the chiefs, prison to lower stability, stadium to lower military, Grand Tsar, etc. Let me get this started, and then red post fund E 350 again. Nope, sorry, I hadn't quite started it yet. Radioactive overpaying because she wants to lose all her money. Hello, Risa. Hope you're doing all right today. Yeah, I would unhide myself, but I'm not blocking anyone with money at this point.
Hydration check.
Okay, we got the prison, lower stability, Grand Bazaar, trade. Let me see. All right, Lisa joined patricians with Red and Pancake. I can hydrate real quick. Okay, we're gonna go over here. We need to pivot the plan. We need to make the predictions rebel, ask us for help, so the rebellion will go up and we'll help them. Sure. We're in ads anyways, so I can... Nope, I can't do that way. I gotta do it this way. Yeah, it's my full hoodie. This is actually my default outfit that I tend to use. You just never see it. We're in ads. I don't want anyone missing anything. So we're gonna go back to this, continue on to the next one. And this will take up the rest of the ads. Lush. Ooh, Pancake and I got in at the same time, but Pancake was still locked. Closed captions make this harder to see. Alright, I'm unlocked. Pearl hasn't been used. No E for super, unfortunately. We just need one more word. There we go. Okay. We got to the next level at least.
Sinking, what a word. I should also ask people if they're interested in one-button bosses, to do exclamation mark AV to join. I'm going to pull that pretty soon, and then we'll go on to the next giveaway. Welcome back. Yep, I was waiting until ads were done. I don't want anyone to miss out on anything. Returned, just in time. I feel an urge to dance. Afraid it's far too late to contain the spread. It's clear that this is caused by an irresponsible use of magic, not a flea or rat. Still, there's a few options. I can inoculate the highness, household for a small fee, and you can wait it out the rest of the plague in peace. What are my other options? You can also attempt to break the original spell. I discovered that it came from a monastery of all places deep inside the coast. Be a difficult procedure, you understand? Very risky. Will require further compensation. So, lose 1,200 to cover the entire thing, but we up our stability or trade. Pay for the procedure, which would make them more defiant, right? Yeah, and lower their trade. Are you all trying to have the highest trade? You are. Hello, Sunfei. You are broke. Or inoculate your family, lower stability, lower authority, lower trade. We're gonna ask who's responsible this time. It came from us area. It was clearly an amateur playing with magic. Nothing serious. Probably none who's jealous of her sisters. Imagine that. A dancing love. Given you can't see her face, I'm not sure if Pestia is expecting you to laugh at this or not. Do so, but not help solve your immediate problems. Lower trade to make them defiant. Do it. How are you all feeling over on the patricians? Do you want me to help you rebel, or do you want me to break the spell? I pay for it. Okay. Gathering many extravagant expensive ingredients, they look like they're fish out of sewer. Story's brief affair, essentially leaves palace and burial, never go away. Crake plagues overnight, people weep openly in the streets. As their torment comes to an end, the whole kingdom celebrates for day rest. No, for now, it's the day of stillness. No dancing at this part's festivities, though. They've had enough of that. A wise choice for now. Long march north. Hey, I tell you, have you ever heard of Odin's Horn? Thank you for the follow. Always appreciate when people want to hang out. Sounds like a punchline to a bad joke. Or else the northern legend. Horden gave mortals before the Ninth's triumph during Curse Age. Pagan superstition, surely. Get to the point. You must understand, whether it's a creation of pagan spirit or not, the Horde is real. My sources confirm it. It's said to have the power to destroy any fortifications with a single toot. The chiefs are searching for it in a frozen waste, having received the sign of hinting its location. Does it sound good? You mean where the ice giants live? Precisely! We need to stop them before they retrieve it, if all possible. Gather a great host of warrior heroes for the journey to waste. We must act fast to have any hope of stopping them. You hastily assemble the council to deal with the chiefs' military buildup. The chiefs predictably deny everything. Why would you deny us the right to protect ourselves from the ice giants? Bah! Alright. If we forbid the northern armies, defiance will go up, their military goes down, authority goes down. I kind of like the military, because I'm trying to get military so high. Buy all things for one season, or allow the chiefs to continue with it. We need to lower their military. Eh? Alright. I think this is going to be the popular one, and I could use some more money, so... It's almost in unison. Just Lisa trying to ban all public mention. Alright. Very one-sided. Rid Northern armies for entering the frozen wastes. Your defiance goes up 2. I earned some money because I did the thing. Your military is down 1. My authority is down 1.
Though your decree discourages few law-abiding northern warriors from joining the expedition, you cannot stop them by law alone. Like, that's not going to drop your own military enough that it matters. But there. Finally, you got some more defiance instead of going the other way. Marriage to Alistair has grown strong and steady, like an old castle wall that began as political region, blossomed to something like love. Yup. It's high time you thought about an heir. Congratulations, our royal wedding is a magnificent affair. Something's still missing. You need an heir. You need someone young, loyal, secured, child your own trick, even if they're a bastard, the youngest of many cousins. It sounded like we were falling in love, so sure, we'll have a child together. Arrange for you to take a month of ruling so you can get down to business. Funny that even with it lowered, we're still stronger than both nations combined. Yeah. North, unbeknownst to the rest of the kingdom, a great battle has just taken place. Naturally, the chiefs are celebrating their recent victory against the ice giants in frozen place by smashing steins together and singing battle songs all throughout the night. Did you see that giant's face when I cut him down? Poor blighter ever felt it. He did ask before. Haha. So much loot, never the horn. Look at all this gold. Party lasts long into the night. A few chiefs take turns drinking mead out of the old hound's horn. As dawn breaks, they stumble into the main hall. The chief's storm has beckoned them. Quiet down, you louts. It's time to get serious. Horn has the power to collapse buildings, cause earthquakes, even destroy mountains. We must vote on how it will be used. A high military force is required to be successful. We'll let them have their fun while the magicians will make everything goes our way. Need at least 5, wouldn't affect as much. Yeah, you have money again. Alright, threaten to destroy the king's food supplies, lower others' farming, or lower authority. The others' farming is not that high, authority is not that high. And this vote is for radioactive and POG. Since Cal had to step away. Vote A. Vote B. Bit too sneaky for liking, but it'll get the job done. Best make sure that security is lax enough for us to sneak in. We convince the monarch to arrest a few restrictions here. They give the realm, of course. Final stage of the scheme, the chiefs must lower authority to 2 or less. You want more defiance. And I promised Red I'd bribe them last time. Or bribe her last time. So, yep. I'll tax you like you want, and I'll lower your defiance and give you a bribe like you want. Counts. Do you have any thoughts in here? Lisa seems to be wanting to rebel. Where are my counts? Bruce, Choco, Umbro, and Christopher. I think this looks fine. We only lose a little bit. The true monster, the fine print, or unlikely culprit. Let's start with the fine print. Actually, do you recall the loan agreement I signed with the Patricians? No, did you even tell me about it? Actually, I sent you the contract. You stamped with the Royal Seal. I stamp 50 things a day. I can't read everything. Next time, I run it past you in person. Turns out there were some hidden catches. See, the interest you're charging looked very reasonable at first, but it's doubling every 2 weeks. Before long, things will get exponential. This can't be illegal. I poured through the logbooks, but it's perfectly legal. Luckily, they're not pressing us for a payment yet. There's signs that they're tricking the other regions into similar agreements. The trade powerhouse, the main economic engine in the kingdom, we need to call a council vote and stop the Patricians before it's too late. It does. Alright. So, we're going to either aim for hitting the coast with punishing trade embargo, lowering trade, upping defiance, lowering stability. Pay off the other region's jets from the treasury. Lower the treasury a ton, wealth more, I don't think I want to risk my stuff, so we're gonna go this way. Alright, voting is open. It's looking like we can't do anything about debt. What are we, economists? All according to plan. Alright, the true monster. Remember I came to you with word of monster preying upon the peasants in the east? It's difficult to forget. A reason to believe the culprit may be one of my fellow counts. Count Choco Chip Pancakes, to be precise. Peasants believe that Count Choco transforms into a colossal bloodthirsty beast every 7 nights. Conspiracies haven't lost their mind yet. Why would you trust the word of peasants? That sounds unlikely. Do we know if something like this ever happened before? Only legend. King Karvik too is said to turn on such beasts and slaughter his own servants at night. But in the day, he was a mild-mannered, babel duck. Has no memory of his crimes. Perhaps the same is true here, which I do. Pray, do not call a public vote on the matter. It embarrass Choco greatly for no good reason. Now I should put this to a vote. I send in a team of quizzers to investigate these claims. Absolutely not. I shall arrest Choco at once. I'll send a message to Choco to control himself. We'll just do this. If we receive a reply from Choco before the week is out, I can only apologize for my indiscretions. No, confine myself to the dungeon when I experience a little upsets. I appreciate you handling this matter privately. Dozens of murdered presidents would not call this justice. Yeah, they're accusing you of being a werewolf, effectively. But the attacks do stop. Hopefully the matter is dealt with. When I ran into the storyline before, the werewolf was actually me as the monarch, which is awkward. Yes, you're a witch. She's the one who started the dancing plague. Please, Your Majesty. I didn't know what I was doing, or I was doing it. Was those nuns, see? They're always making fun of me. All I did was pray to the ninth god to make them a bit more jolly, I swear. What do you make of this? Don't waste my time. I'm a wizard, not a judge. I'm only here to fulfill our agreement. This woman is dangerous, heretic, and must be arrested. Authority up, defiance down. Honest mistake, she may go free. Authority down, defiance up. As a reminder, if my authority gets to 2 or lower, the Chiefs will win. Yup. I respect someone that sticks to their goals, even if it's against their self-interest. This woman is a dangerous heretic and must be arrested. Peasant girl sobs quietly as she's dragged away by the palace watch, but Lady Patrician Red looks pleased. I'm glad to see that justice is done, Your August Majesty. May this be the end of all this nonsense. It's not quite over yet, though. She has proceeded at the end of the council session, her solemn mask betraying nothing. I require further compensation for retrieving Girl. We didn't agree to that. It's a verbal contract. You asked me to find who's responsible, and I did. Now, pay up, or you'll have more than a dancing pig to deal with. Fine, here you go.
Always believe available for clicking pensions, related queries, and contracts should you need me. She saw the room, a small pack of rats following her out. She doesn't seem like the type of person I want to anger. Council gathered in the empty council hall late at night. A new report from one of their spies has just come in. Jerkhouse bones! The chiefs retrieved some ancient hoard that saves from the gods. They want to use it to take down the monarch Mara and put Storm in their place. Ah, what do we care about some old horn? Everyone knows these pagan gods are about as real as mermaids. Real or not, that horn has power. The spy master tells me it can collapse mountains with a single toot. The chiefs will make their move soon, and the monarch still has yet to produce an heir. Perhaps it's worth changing tact. If it's too late for the monarch Mara, we might want to get out while we can. The only other option now is to retake the throne by force. We think Mara is too weak to hold it. It's all or nothing play. If we rebel now, our goodwill will be gone. Not to mention a few of our heads if we lose. We're back to square one. Alright, Counts. You can support the monarch by diverting some extra tax from the eastern peasants, giving them money. Support the monarch with proper command, giving more authority. Support the monarch by donating good food in their name, stability, or stroke fire as a reason to get angry at the monarch. Rebel, beat the crap out of you. Oh, rebel. We got a D, we got a B, got a second B, and Bruce hasn't posted in a while, so here's Counts, please B. Okay, authority is going up, a little bit safer there. Looks like this monarch keep good grip on peasantry. We can't do it all for them. Counts must continue to aid the monarch by countering the other region schemes. They'll win the game if the monarch produces an heir and completes the ambition. Should have an heir soon. Sitting on the bench outside the sun-bleached villa, two patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme. Let me show you something. These documents represent accumulated debts of all the other regions of the kingdom. How do you imagine that? I thought they'd know better than to accept loans from us. Oh, they did, but there's plenty of independent money lenders. They've taken loans over the years. Banks in Kirith, Asheth, and Trevelyan. Our dear Counts still have sense around them. That is fair. I brought up all those deaths myself. Trevelyan was so pleased with the generous terms they even offered an alliance. Magicians are ever in trouble. These soldiers will march to our aid. Damn it, Harry gets to bumping uglies. You need to produce an heir. Well, we did do work on that. It just takes some months for the heir to grow. Genius, and how the chiefs and counts owe us half their wealth, and the monarch owes us absolutely everything. Indeed, all that's left to decide what we do when it's time to collect. Okay. Do you want the potentially easy option of raising your stability, or do you want to raise your own military? This one's for Lisa, Red, and Pancake. Because me and Umbra are called together. Right. Going for the easy route, I need to start tanking my stability most likely, because I assume it's only like 5 or higher. Peaceful solution. I like it. If this works, the kingdom must be stable. If the rule law collapses, no one would care about paying their debts anyways. Agreed. What do you think, my soon-to-be king? Not the way I choose to ascend the throne, but it's damn sight better than sitting around my own village twiddling my thumbs. Press stage scheme. Oh, it's actually 9. Okay. That's actually pretty darn high. You like a stable kingdom? That's fair. Yeah, it can be very hit or miss. Okay, radioactive. We need to rebel. Those predictions can't win unless we win the rebellion. I'm trying to give you the chance to rebel. Actually, I wish to speak to you about the situation in the north. Too long have the Northerners been allowed to worship their heathen gods in brazen defiance of the 9th god. You're satisfied in having murdered me off a waterfall already? That is fair. Allow me to send some of my best missionaries to the north. It's for the good of the realm. I'll bring it to the council. I'm gonna let you all decide. I expect nothing else. Hi, Rain. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. There's not quite a rebellion going on, Archimante, but the chiefs have been trying the entire time, so we are kind of helping them. We're in the endgame phase for some of the stuff, so I'm fine if they try a rebellion to have some fun with it. Send mercenaries to the north. Deny Arcush's request for a reason. We'll just let this go. Down with the faith. Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, if you can't tell, I'm a decently positive, playful streamer, so I have a lot of just adorable things in my emotes too. Okay.
Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows.
You want Fox Haru? Which one's Fox Haru to you? Oh, you're talking about the 2D one. I was about to say, I haven't actually properly revealed Fox Haru. Since your culture won't forget this, you rabid pack of tyrants. That's a lot of defiance now. Mission goes ahead despite the protests from the chiefs. Results are less than promising after being run more in dozen towns around the north. Researchers head back to the capital with the tails between their legs. Faith is now there. Still, the Archbishop hopes that the preaching might have laid groundwork for future attempts. Yeah, I can work on getting the fox up in between stuffs. Keep granting access to tiny Twitch window. Yeah, this is all Twitch interactive. You have faith, but you're getting ready to rebel. Bankruptcy looms. Treasure's almost empty, Your Highness. What do you suggest we do? Apart from raising taxes, we have precious few options. You get a bank loan, or sell off the crown jewels, or perhaps crack open some of your predecessors' tombs. Most were buried with piles of gold, or so I've heard. Own a royal mint, don't I? Make more coins. Take a hefty loan from a bank. Sell off some of the royal jewelry. Time to crack open some tombs. Sure. Very good isn't doing any good. It's time to desecrate some graves. Royal mausoleum is dug and looted. The result is quite abounding. Gold mask keeps coins, precious jewels. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Rain. It's lovely to see you. Not everyone is as practical as a treasure, however. Church denounced you as a grave robber, and nobles and peasants like her disgusted with your greed. I am stabilizing, or giving the counts exactly what they want. Because I haven't really gone down the rebellion route red, so I'm going to give them a chance for that. Because they don't automatically win when they rebel. Greetings, Your August Majesty. I can't help but notice that your treasure is running a little low. I, on the other hand, have so much gold that I can't walk without clinking. I just fixed that, though. Oh, that's what's going on. That button. I have money, you have power, perhaps we can be used to each other. There's a legal limit to the number of trade ships we can send up the river to the east. The limit's meant to protect the fishing guilds. I want the restriction lifted. It leads to nearly 30% increase in profits for portfolio of companies. I do know the song YMCA. Over here. You're in the way. Call council session if you must. Push the vote in my favor and make a substantial and totally unrelated donation to the treasury. I'll call it to a vote. Marvelous! Remove the legal limit on coastal ships traveling to the east. Gives us some money and messes with that stuff. Don't change the listing Zaw. Does the Defiance. I do not have a list of Pokemon in the thing already. It's mostly the first 60 and then various ones that I like. Wow. The mouth is still not working quite right, but I can't change anything about that. And boop. Boop. There you go, Polly. What UFO? Is that a Pokemon? I don't know the Pokemon UFO off the top of my head. Okay, looks like we are removing a legal limit. Yeah, I still need to finish fixing this model. Obviously, this week, since I revealed it, I've had 0 extra time to work on fixing it. Well, I had about an hour, and I couldn't fix it in the hour. Easily your favorite Haru? Yeah, like I said, I actually do have a Fox form model of the other one. But I need to fix this damn mouth at some point. The Blood of the Dead was council been reduced to taking bribes from greedy profiteers. Treasury is now 2,500. Petitions lost 300. Defiance up. Defiance down. Prosperous up. Farming down. This didn't really affect the Chiefs at all. No, I bought this one, Lisa. I do not know how to rig models, but I need to fix this model, so I'll have to fix some things. It needs hats, many hats, all the adorable tiny hats. That might be doable. I could talk to Havlock about that, but I'm pretty sure I can set up props without too much of a problem and try to work on finding hats. Thank you for this, Serene Highness. I appreciate having a monarch with common sense. I did enjoy having Cruz on my head, because it was adorable having a little slug on top of my head also talking. Okay. You're all in high spots. Tried that once. After that, I'm just off anyone rig. Yeah, I was working or watching someone rig a model and how long it was taking them. Agreed. More hats. Need a cup of tea next to the fox. Chiefs are voting to rebel already. Okay, thank you. Request for an heir is finally complete. You stand before the council holding a small child in your arms. Should I die, I ask that my crown be passed down to my son, my daughter. I'm going with child still. Nobles break out and pause. By designating an heir, you've cemented the stability of the kingdom. Highness may be the first to credit and birth the child. What is their name? Maratu. How delightful, your majesty. A shy little Maratu will grow up to be a chip on the old block. Congratulations fighting an heir. You just need to fill your position and win the game. Expect a visit from the Spy Master soon. I was trying to build up military, right? Well, chiefs, the gods wouldn't want us to use one of their divine gifts for victory. Let us use it on ourselves with our own blood and sweat and tears. Since the wedding, you witnessed your royal consort fail miserably at a series of hobbies. Swimming ending near drowning, knitting ending with you being gifted 12-sleeve shirt, beekeeping ended in half-pile swatch in hospital. Despite all this, Alistair never gives up. Another great idea. Can't wait to hear it. I was looking through the law books and I found a long-forgotten creed that say that monarch can appoint their royal consort as regional governor. The appointment only lasts half a year, but during that time, I'd had total executive power over an entire region. Isn't that exciting? Imagine the good I could do. What region were you thinking of? So I own a license to use the model, Bruce, and I can modify the coloring and whatnot, but I don't, like, Since this isn't a custom model for me, there is potentially more people out with this model, but I did buy this model, yes. Because it is not a custom model just for me, it is way cheaper. But I can do a lot with it. I should have it in my about. Yeah. The Fox model was made by Block Pro N, and the Cat model by Grins Jackie. I added the credits in the... because I should. The East, obviously. The Counts know me too well, and I don't think they listed everywhere. Everywhere else could work. There need to be a vote, of course. I'm going to allow this to a vote. Of course, the Council will vote on which region I'll be governing. Oh, you are just gonna be stuck with it this way. You want more defiance? I will allow it. I'm just gonna get some money in the process before your place goes to ruin. I don't think anyone has much of an issue of the North getting angrier. So wait until you see the improvements. Unlike to the North, they need someone to whip them into shape. I'll focus on agriculture. Been working on a formula for fertilizing soil that's sure to prove useful. Alright, so your farming's about to tank. The old gods, you can't be serious. Falsely accused. Master, I bring bad news from our newly constructed prison in the east. One of the prisoners, a murderous rogue by the name of Quinstock Cruz, has escaped. Its location is currently... Double doors bang open, a grubby-looking presence strides in the council hall, escorted by a noxious watchman. Is this the room? Sorry, Your Majesty. He said it's urgent. It was very persuasive. Your Majesty, I swear I'm innocent. Conte Restell threw me in prison, trumped up charges simply because I said I didn't like their hat. Your Majesty, I have no clue what this fool is talking about. He had nothing to do with the prisoner's escape. Throw this foolish peasant back in prison. Free and imprison the Conte instead. Ask the spy master to investigate further. Allow both Conte and the president to go free. This one, I'm just gonna let it roll. Whatever y'all want. I see. I have never heard of that UFO before. I understand why now. Alright, it looks like A's take it. It's a bad hat. I shouldn't go to prison for seeking the truth. That hat looks stupid. One more bad word about my hat, knave, and I'll kill you myself. Take 7 watchmen to restrain Russell as Quinstock Priest is dragged down to your dungeons. Thank you, Your Majesty, for listening. Truly, you are most wise. Nope, it is its own unique little Pokemon. Here, I can share it. It apparently exists in a very specific, offshoot series. Please enforce the measure that Monarch's justice cannot be overturned. Stability is down, authority up. You want stability up, right? And you want it down. Okay. Alright, rebellion is coming. Oh, first, we have the auction. Aqueduct raises farming over here. Cathedral raises that. Observatory, faith down. Thieves Guild, trade down. Fortress, military up. Might not be a bad thing with the chiefs about to go to war. And stability up. And we will start. And I'm blocking some money, so I will pop away for a second. Not that everyone on the bottom has that much money, but... Archer, yours did not go through, I don't think. Okay, now it did. Thank you for the Pintas dollar in the military one. Fuck. Aqueduct, funded mostly by radioactive, and stability, mostly funded by red. Uh-oh, we have a rebellion. First side to earn 5 victory points will win. Victory points are earned through events. If the rebels are victorious, the monarch is overthrown. Rebellion! Opening strike. Cygnus beds. Let's find out what's going on with the rebellion. At long last, the chiefs have reached their boiling point. You're confronted to your throne room by Chief Archimate. The Tutus screaming to shift in the light of the pursuits. Chief, the North will rip that false crown from your head and stop it in the mug. We'll be fighting for glory, for honor, and for Storm, the true monarch. Authority is down. Stability is down. It's a form of declaration of war. The next time we see each other, it will be on the battlefield. One day I see you head on a spike. Lowers authority. Seize them, lower stability. I guess of these, we do seize them because partitions are going to help me raise my stability back on. Come along now, traders, get the chop. What? But you can't do this. I'm an envoy, see? How the monarch's tyrant grows worse by the day. Defiance can't go higher. Watchmen waste no time. Chief Archmaster is dragged out the courtyard, and the head is struck from their shoulders. Didn't expect them to move so boldly, Your Majesty. You're dead! Your second joins the council. What are your chances against the rebels? Chiefs are formidable, but non-defeatable. If they don't persuade any other regions to join their rebellion, that would be disastrous. How do things get this bad? Leader of the rebellion is Chief Pog. They're citing your past transgressions as a reason for their uprising. The completely pointless dancing ban, the greedy plundering of the royal tombs, urge to murder rising. Yes, Your Majesty, hold on to that feeling. You will need it. So it's civil war? That's right, Your Majesty. The kingdom's divided. There'll be a lot of death and suffering before this is all over. Can't wait to go to about the trebuchets. Opening strike. Too long have those bastards in the Crown Lands held us down. Too long have they called us heathens and mocked our way of life. Catching and catch, Red. Aye. Now's the time to take up our axes and fight back. Morgana is with us. We'll burn their churches, string up their lying priests. Aye. I ask you, chiefs of the free north, where will we strike first? We launch a preemptive strike against the counts to cripple their military capabilities. We expect the patricians may join our cause. We can call them to war. They'll be more likely to join us if the monarch's authority is low. Or finally, we can send off an assassin to nip this in the bud. It's honorable, of course, but convenient. Your wealth is too low to send out an assassin. Preemptively going after the counts. Blood for blood god skulls, the skulls of their own. Chiefs launched a spread attack on the east, slashing and burning their ways across fields and farmlands. Catch a regiment of the Eastern Army unawares, and starting an ambush, slaughtering them to a man. Common folk whisper the background, restrained Fred for a generation. Military succeeded. 1 rebel point. Military is now pathetic. Farman's now bearing. Take Morgana, down with the monarch! The northern soldiers return home in triumph, leaving the east devastated in their wake. Sickness spreads. Actually, a terrible sickness spread caused by troops in the coast. What can do with that? Let the disease run its course. We'll have lost a lot of soldiers we can't afford to lose. I'm not sure how much we do. Perhaps the council can see a way forward. Send doctors from the university, hire a wizard to cure it, quarantine the disease, or do nothing to stop the spreading of disease. We're gonna veto do nothing. I don't want the military going down on this side too much. But we have the money for the treasury. Alright, that's pretty unanimous. I know how to treat this sickness, Your Majesty. It's simple remedy. Garlic, wormwood, and spleen of goat. Oh, he mustn't forget the leeches. Lots of leeches. Of course, gathering ingredients to treat holes doesn't come cheap. Great expense, you send the best doctors for quality history out to the coast to cure your troops. Hope they're worth money. Doctors get to work, the leeches bizarre concoctions, some of your soldiers die, some survive. All in all, though, it appears to be working. Still lose plenty of troops, of course, at a time when you can't least afford to, but after a few weeks, the sickness is defeated. Still lower than military. I can't tax you. Gamba successful. Yes. I think we need to stay here. I think I'm going to need the money in other places. Actually, you're not that defiant. I probably need the money from y'all to fund the armies and make sure that I can build up your stuff. So we're going to go that way. Hello, Apollo. Hope you're doing well. We got one side rebelling, loyalists. You're too low. Sorry, Red. You'll get it back soon enough. We did just spend 900 on you for doctors. I think we're gonna need it in order to deal with this rebellion. Peasants on side. Deep in the mountains, a group of rebel chiefs had gathered to discuss civil war. Then their spies, a cluster of nondescript northern citizen, northern clothes. Hello, noble warriors. I trust Morgana watches us to this day. Trust Morgana doesn't like the thought of the monarch Mara sitting on a smug leg on the throne. That's precisely why I invited you here. We know the patricians are in the monarch's pocket, but are there common folk? Lady Patrician Lisa Ravenclaw has amassed vast wealth even this time of conflict. I doubt it's shared with the ordinary people of the coast. Her spies should spread word. Will be kinder to the peasants than Lady Lisa is, and her corrupt compatriots. The gods are good. Let us decide how to proceed. Hello, Genosis Doc. How you doing? And this is for Radioactive, Hog, and Archimonte. Promise riches to those who move to enlist from the coast. Set aside a bountiful farmland for the coast peasants. You are still too poor for that. Or use spies to improve our tactical military positions instead. Let's see. You're over with the counts now. Neat. Satisfying beautiful farmer for coastal peasants. Pardon, my lord, but my master's having trouble finding his council seat. Could you help? Sure. Yeah, you're over with the counts. You will be joining Rachel, Bruce, Choco, Umbra, and Christopher. Just spy through the woods, will be a reward for those who join the rebellion. Weeks pass, the troops go nervous. When the group of presidents arrive, they immediately start scheming. As the troops clean their weapons, make repairs, heal the wounds, one thing's first, should have a chance for action. Military up, stability down. Hopefully there'll be enough for the kingdom left to enjoy once it's all over. Great battle. Vast armies darken the landscape like shadows of clouds. Flags are flying, drums are pounding in the rhythm of marching boots. The kingdom is gripped with civil war. At least that's what you imagine. Most of your time is spent in the safety of the palace, poring over a giant map with your marshal. Your Majesty, the Army of the North is announcing on the captain, led by a treacherous cur, Chief Pog. Receive word from Canada, their lowest course post. They march now, they intercept the chiefs in a matter of days. Alternatively, they could join forces with the Army of the East. It's risky, but together they have a higher chance of defeating the cursed chiefs. What are your orders, Your Majesty? We should join forces. Relay your orders to Lady Lisa, the commander on the field. Hopefully they do as they're told. God knows treachery can thrive on battlefield. We have our orders, but should we follow them? Alright. This one is for Lisa, Pancake, and Red. You can defy orders, send the coastal army to fight the rebels, follow orders and link up with the counts, or hang back and let the rebels march on the capital without challenge. All right. Letting the rebels march on the capital without challenge. Old City holds her breath. You see in the palace, waiting anxiously for your marshal's return. Finally, she busts into the throne room. Damn cowards, cavern treacherous, yellow butt liver, chicken little bastards. How did the battle go? Wasn't a damn battle. Instead of engaging the enemy or linking up with counts, she just told their army just to hang back and do nothing. Alright, the rebels gained 3 victory points. We're 1 away from that. The coast is now within rebellion territory, and my authority is down. They sat pretty in their camp and scratched their arses the entire northern monarchy by. Why? How they makes the cowards, self-interest, lack of confidence in abilities, I assume. They're hedging their best and waiting to see who comes out on top. Bastards. You need no choice but lie on the counts. Come down to the next battle, Your Majesty. The fate of the kingdom hangs in the balance. I'll lead them to will prevail, and my fate too. Must have fighted against this. There'll be great danger in inspiring your presence, maybe with troops. Your death will severely injure the story of the moral copy. Fine, I'll stay in the palace. I really must go. I have lots to take care of. This might be it soon. Majesty, do you remember that install Alistair as the governor of the North? Oh, is that where they've gone? I think your spouse is incompetent governorship, in fact, triggering the Northern Rebellion. Now the chiefs are taking Alistair house and demanding a hefty ransom for their safe return. Yeah, finally rid of them? Wondrous day. We're gonna send our best soldiers. We failed. Switch forces to the east is hired warriors, plunging into the north areas, lay siege to the castle and Esther's Mihal. Unfortunately, their mission is hopeless. The northern warriors, we have no military now. Cut off their supply lines, massacre them against the walls. The east has thrown away their bravest soldier on a suicide mission. Rebels gain a victory point. I believe this is it. However, a few weeks later, your spouses jumped inside the capsules and burlap sap. Excellent news, Majesty. The chiefs found your spouse so irritating they've returned them. I appreciate that you at least tried to save me. I swear the rebellion in the north isn't my fault. All I did was command them to stop worshipping their silly gods and pray to the ninth for the change. Just see if they liked it. I don't think this matters. First side earn 5 victory points will win. The victory points are earned through events. The Patricians
throwing away the battle pretty much sealed the deal. Marshall rides out to leave your forces against the rebels, full of confidence. When she returns a few days later, she's on a stretcher. One of her legs is a bloody stump. Bad news, Your Majesties. The rebels are far stronger than we ever anticipated. What happened to your leg? What do you think? It got chopped off. I led the army's accounts out for a final last-ditch battle. We could not win. It was a massacre. Thousands of lives lost in the space of a day. Will we still win? Pray to the Ninth, Your Majesty. Apart from him, you're on your own. He's carried away and dies the next night. Before long, the great army of the chiefs sprawls outside your city walls. Confident in their victory, they mount their assault immediately. Fighting lasts all night. The sun rises, scene of carnage and chaos. The main gates were breached at midnight, and since then you heard nothing outside but screams and howls and clash of blades. Yeah, I thought they would have sided with you. Half the capital is in flames, soldiers rush back and forth, shouting panicked orders about your marshal to lead them. They're like headless chickens. Honor Guard are in the streets outside the palace, building a barricade and organizing last-ditch defense. This is vital work, but you're vulnerable without them by your side. The court is empty except for you, your spouse, your child, cradled in the arms of the nanny. Their crying is giving you a headache. I've heard a special effect testing poison, toying with painless, so we have one last drink together. You're right, let's drink the poison. Plus, there's a 50-50 shot you would mess this up, and that gives me immortality instead. You clink your glasses with your spouse and gulp back the poison. They're right, it's quick and painless. You settle back in your throne, feeling pleasantly drowsy. You never know the outcome of the rebellion. But if you're dead, you can assume the chiefs are victorious. Never mind, too late to worry about that. You're just gonna lie back and enjoy this nap. Unwilling to be captured alive by the rebels, drank the poison. Unable to keep their puppet on the throne, the counts were forced to retreat through secluded castles abroad. It wouldn't be long before the new eastern climate would arise. When they did, the counts would be ready. As a reward for staying loyal to the monarch, the top patricians were beheaded. In public, survivors swore loyalty to the new regiment. In private, they swore vengeance. The chiefs launched a rebellion that toppled the monarch and devastated the kingdom. In the aftermath, nobody could stop them from taking the throne. The storm was crowded with half-hearted cheers from traumatized common folk. Oh, no problem. I've been wanting to do this for a while, and I figured it'd be a lot of fun. I'm really hoping my regulars had a lot of fun with this, and I would, probably be happy to do it again at some point. Unfortunately, I don't think I have the time to do it again right now. As this is the final day of my affiliate-versary, I have one last thing planned for tonight in about 2 hours, which is a Ocarina of Time randomizer with all of the hardest settings turned on that I will be playing at the same time with a bunch of other streamers. I'm glad you had fun, Red. Yeah, I really like this game. I've been meaning to get it out for a while, and I'm like, this will be a fun community event. Thanking all the people that have been here. I'm just hoping everyone had a lot of fun with it. I'm happy to see the new faces. I hope you had fun too. I will definitely have to figure out another time to do this at some point. But I need to go away for about 2 hours so I can get dinner, rest a little bit, and make sure that our build is working, unlike Tuesday where it was broken. Because I think we're set for that. I think we fixed the problems in the background, but we haven't actually tested it yet. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. I just need to find someone to raid out to. Okay, I think I know where I'm going. I haven't actually had much of a chance to hang out with Miss Valerian. She is a fellow EG member and celebrating their 30th birthday, or her 30th birthday. So I think I'm just gonna send you right over there. Like I said, I'll be back in 2 hours for a super crazy Ocarina of Time randomizer where I'm playing it co-op with 3 other people. Every setting's turned on. Fairies are going to be randomized, rocks, grass, beehives. The doors are going to be locked. And the most crazy part, and I think it's going to be fun, and I'm hoping everyone else is streaming, but if they're not, we'll see. But we're not going to know the routing. It's going to take us a while to figure out where we're going, because we're going to have decoupled entrances. My eyes are now shut. Why are my eyes shut? Stop that. Which that means we go in one door, it sends us to a random place, and as we go out a door... Why is this not working right now? Oh, stop looking at my model.
it will go to a different place. It's going to be crazy and fun, and I need to get you going before my ads start because I don't want to stick you through ads again. But thank you for joining me. I hope you all had a lot of fun. Thank you. It was wonderful meeting the new faces. Like I said, I'll have to figure out a time to do this again. It might unfortunately have to be as soon as 2 weeks from now. But, oh wait, I need to pull the last game. Real quick before I go. Hi, Polly. Bye, Polly. Yep, you missed the castle. I'll be doing this again at some point. Red won the giveaway. I will DM that to you. Bye-bye.